Okay, welcome to the Rilton Cup in Stockholm. We have played the first two rounds, and today we have just started the third round. And Jesper,
Yes.
what's the situation in the tournament?
Well, as Tom said, this is the third round, and we have 11 players that has won both two games, so they have 2 points, and of course they are playing with each other. And behind them we have 26 players on 1.5 points. And of course, when we comment this round, we will focus on the top boards. And if we look at the top boards, what is interesting is that we have actually a broad aspect of players from all around the world. That's what I think is fascinating here. We have from Singapore, we have from Mexico, we have from Turkey, we have from Germany, and so on. And this, of course, makes it very interesting to follow, to see these players from different parts of the world in the top of the tournament. And, what games to look for? From a Swedish point of view, we have 2 interesting games. That is Erik Hedman and Axel Falkevall playing, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about them, Tom.
Well, we have Erik. He is an old Swedish junior champion, way back in the 90s, so quite some time ago. Axel is a much younger guy. I think he's 18 years old. 2006 he's born.
Yeah,
so. Yeah. And he made the splash yesterday by beating the highest rated player, Bassem Amin, in a fascinating game that we went through yesterday. And he also showed the game here in the channel, so very nice. Hedman is playing against a guy called Celik, Hassan from Turkey.
Yes, and he also one of those young guys.
Yes, one of the young guys, and they are both international masters. I think that will be an interesting game. And Falkevall is playing against a young German player, Leonardo Costa.
Yes, and he is born 2008.
Yeah.
So this is really a clash between both the 2 top talents probably in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So beside this game, one game I'm very much looking forward to, that is the game between Sislak and Ilan Party. That is 2 youngsters born 2010 and 2009, and still they have actually 2391 and 2461, so they are for sure one of those top talents in this tournament. So very much looking forward to these games. But beside that, of course, on the top board we have Wong from Singapore playing against Leon Liviats from Croatia, and I'm really looking forward to this. I think he's one of the second top players, I think, in the tournament, behind Bassem, I think.
Yeah, I think he's one of the highest rated, yes. And he proved yesterday that he's a very fine player. I think that he played one of the best games yesterday.
I agree.
So I think we're going to jump into this game. So we have Liviats Leon from Croatia playing black against Shenyong Yaden Wong from Singapore, right?
Yes.
And let's see what happened. The game started with D4.
Mm-hmm.
We have a knight f6, c4, and e6. So far, everything is very normal.
Yes.
White played knight f3, and now, yesterday we had a surprise in the third move.
Yes.
Because suddenly, instead of playing the Roy Lopez or the Italian with the bishop to c4 or bishop to b5, he played bishop e2.
Yes.
Liviats. And now, again, on the third move. Surprise.
Obviously, he has got an opening repertoire of this kind of, surprises in the opening.
Yes.
Even though, they are not very unlogical moves, so illogical moves, so they are absolutely playable. And not the least after knight f3, you have this choice of a6, because in most systems that you will probably get into, a6 is a good move. If you choose to play c5, a6 is most likely good. d5, it also fits into the system, so it's not that strange, if I put it this way.
No, but I cannot remember when I saw it played.
No, it was a long time
So
ago.
I don't know I don't think I've even seen it before. So it's really a big surprise to me, at least.
Oh, yes.
And I have never played it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe after this game I will start.
Yes.
But I know that a6, because we have a sort of a transposition here, because after knight c3, Liviats, he played d5.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly we have a line that we have seen quite often. I mean, Magnus has played a6.
Yeah.
But we have had a transposition, and that's often, as you mentioned, the idea. You make a slightly unusual move that fits into many systems, and then you transpose, and hopefully you have somehow managed to get your opponent out of his book.
Yes.
And here we get also kind of a strange move, right?
Exactly. This is one of those moves that you really have to think about before playing.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, this is a way to try to punish a6, I would say.
Yeah.
Because normally you know bishop g5 or something like that is a normal move in the position.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, black is actually could threaten to play take on c4 and then play b5. That can be an idea, of course, to grab the pawn. So instead of allowing this, white chooses to play pawn to c5.
Yeah.
What is striking with this move is that black has got two ideas normally. Either to go to e5 to break up the situation in the center, or to play b6 and try to force white to take on b6
Right.
with a pawn on c5.
Or both.
Or both, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
Combine them,
Yeah.
of course.
But knight c6 looks quite nice. a6 fits in with that, because you prevent white from ever getting this pin on b5.
Yeah.
So the knight is very stable here on c6,
Mm-hmm.
and of course the main idea here is to just play e5 at some point.
Mm-hmm. But of course the question is what to play on a3 in this position after knight to c6.
Yeah, maybe you don't play a5.
No, because the point with that is, of course, the white wants to play b4, a3 and b4, and if you then can hold back e6 to e5, white can, black will maybe get a very cramped position.
Yeah.
So-
So let's just make the move here, so it's easier to understand. So
Yeah.
so just now I want to just point one thing out. You see that the colors on the board are changing, and this is a new feature on lead chess, that when you're in the main line, you have these bright colors, and as soon as you analyze something, whatever you do,
Mm-hmm.
it changes its colors.
Yeah.
Which is a bit strange after a while. But
Yeah, yeah.
if you know it, it's not so good. Okay, so a3 is a very logical move. It hasn't been played, but I'm just putting it there.
Yeah.
Because now you could say that the normal reaction would be to play maybe this move.
Yes.
But I'm not sure black is going to do that, because
Oh.
then suddenly
Bishop f4 or something like that.
bishop out, g5. Maybe this bishop goes out somewhere, maybe even here, and then he can go this and maybe even play this move, and he gets a very nice position, a very good grip on the center.
Yes.
So I would suspect that after a3,
Mm-hmm.
black would maybe play something else here.
Yeah.
I don't know what, but
There is, for example, one move could be knight to e4.
yes,
That is a classical move in the position, because if you
Let's look at that.
Because if you take it, pawn takes back,
Yeah.
the pawn on d4 will be hanging.
yeah. So this is not a good idea. Well, you could maybe play some move like this and try to take the e4 pawn, but now already black's position looks quite attractive, I think.
Yes, I agree.
And yeah, so this is, maybe you could even play
play
f5.
F5,
Yeah,
exactly.
f5, and then
Yeah.
the knight is not so good, and black can continue. The bishop can go here and then go to f6, and suddenly you can do this e5 move.
Yeah, this will not happen
No.
for sure. But so I guess that this is the point after a3. Black must act quite quickly
Yes,
in that
of course.
position.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So, but knight e4 is a logical move.
Knight e4 is the most
So, but what is also something striking here is that Levites, how do you say it? How do you,
I say Levites.
Levites, okay, Levites.
I'm not sure that is
No,
correct,
okay.
but I know that often C is pronounced as TS.
Yeah, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, Levites. Anyway, I think that he is moving quite quickly. He's hardly used any time, which means that he most likely is inside his preparation. So, that should be, now it's white thinking, and in that sense I think that Levites has made it in a way in the opening. As long as he's not getting a worse position, he will be gaining some time because the opponent is thinking about what to do. So
I guess white could play something like bishop to f4 and maybe play e3 and just play normal moves. And it will
for sure
probably be okay. Probably black will play knight e4, maybe f5 and bishop e7 to f6.
Or b6, of course.
Yeah, also this is possible. Maybe you start with a3, I don't know. But I mean, this is a normal move. f5 could be a follow-up. The bishop can go out to f6. This is a typical way to build a strong center, and eventually maybe you can do e5. The biggest problem, I think, usually in this type of position is this bishop here. The c8 bishop. It doesn't really have a square to go to.
No, as long as you're not able to play e5, it will be stuck. So I agree.
But of course, at some point maybe you play b6 and maybe you can play bishop b7. Maybe just to connect rooks and so on. Okay, let's go to the next game.
Yes.
So here we have a game between the Latvian player Tom Kantans, the grandmaster. He plays black against Alexander Kripachenko, who is a FIDE player. He comes from FIDE.
That means normally that you're originally from Russia.
Or Belarus.
Or Belarus.
Yeah, since these countries are not allowed to play under their own flag.
And we have e4 played.
e4 is played, and c5. And we have...
It's obvious that we're going for
and this is a
theoretical battle.
Yeah, and Kantans is well known for playing the Najdorf. So I suspect that his opponent has prepared, and let's see what he has prepared. And he plays bishop e3. What do you think about that move? We saw another move yesterday, right, in this position. That was
Rook g1.
This game with Tiger playing black.
Exactly.
And Tiger answered with his h5. We saw that yesterday, and that was a fascinating game that ended in a draw.
Yes. Tiger should have won that game.
Yeah, but I checked it actually afterwards. Just for the audience, I can say that we are not checking the computer when we are... so if we come up with some really bad moves, it's because we don't have the computer on.
Yeah, we can always say that.
Yeah, we can always say that. No, but we decided that it's more interesting to...
get a human perspective.
The human perspective, and not focus on crazy computer lines.
Yeah.
But I checked that game afterwards, and there was never any
real chance.
No, there were chances, and he was better, but it was
no
not
win.
No, there was nothing.
Anyway, it was this type of position that you dream about as black. You could say this this way.
Black was clearly better.
Yeah.
Anyway, so bishop e3, sometimes called the English variation.
Yeah. That's right.
And now black, of course, has a big choice here. You can play e6, you can play
knight g4.
e5, you can play knight g4. This move has been played a lot. But in this game, Kantans played e5.
Which is absolutely fine.
Yeah,
that is a normal reaction.
Very principled choice.
Yeah, that's
very active. If you play this e6, I have myself played many games with g4 here.
Yeah.
Which is... very tactical.
Yeah, interesting as well.
But e5, knight b3, bishop e6, and f3.
Yeah, and the basic idea, of course, is also that when the bishop is on e3, then e5 is okay, even though you leave this square on d5 for the opponent. But if the bishop would have been on g5, then it would be worse. Huh?
Yeah.
So this is one of the crucial things with this opening.
And now, of course, white has this idea to go at some point g4 and take space on the king side. Yeah. So black plays h5 here. This is quite popular, I think, this move.
Yeah, we saw that again against g1, so here we have the same idea.
Yeah, we saw many h5s yesterday. They were not always successful.
Yeah. No, it's a lot like always, with this type of moves, there are pros and cons. And the pros are like Tom said, you are holding down d2 to g4. But on the other hand, of course, it will be difficult to make a short castle, as this is a real weakness on h5.
Yeah.
So this is something you have to judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, pros and cons, as always. Queen d2, knight d7, knight d5.
Okay. That's also a question of timing, when to play this knight to d5. Because what is happening now is that if black takes on d5, white will lose this good outpost on d5. On the other hand, to take with a knight, then you take with a pawn and the bishop is threatened. If you take with the bishop, you lose the pair of bishops. So again, pros and cons.
Right. And Kantans chooses the most sort of economic way. He took with the bishop.
Yeah, because otherwise I think white will play c4. And probably have quite a okay position.
Yeah,
if you do not do anything.
Let's say something like this, and that now you can play c4 here if you want to.
Yeah, I even meant that if you do not take in this move, white will play c4.
I don't know if you play it in this, but maybe also here it's actually possible.
Could
be. To prevent maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes when you have a pawn like this, it can be isolated by black playing b5, and then the knight goes to b6, and suddenly you can get pressure on
exactly.
So sometimes c4 could be good. I think also in this type of position, usually you don't want to castle. Well, you can castle queenside, but it's with the c5 it could be a little bit dangerous. So anyway, in the game it was bishop takes, pawn takes, and g6.
Yeah, logical move, as you have now a bishop on f8 that is stuck behind d6, e5.
Yeah.
It's logical to play g6 to get it out on g7.
Yeah.
Ready for the long diagonal towards b2.
Yeah.
And of course a safe way also. If you want to have a short castle, it will be a little bit safer with the bishop on g7. So yeah, logical.
So you could say that we are sort of crossing over to a more dragon type of position with the fianchettoed bishop on g7.
Yeah.
And white castle queenside. And now knight b6.
And you can see that if you look at the clock, you can see that the players have not used any time at all, more or less.
No,
so they are both totally inside the preparation.
Right.
And normally I would say that, just like you said, if Alexander with white knows that Tom's Kantans always play the Najdorf, he has prepared a line, and of course he's inside this one, maybe even following a game that Kantans has played before. And now the question is, where is the novelty or the move he has prepared? So that will be interesting to see. Okay. And normally you can see that on the clock when the players start to think. So this will be interesting for me to see this moment.
And now we have an interesting situation here, something we touched upon before, that the d5 pawn is actually a little bit weak.
Yeah.
And now if you want to protect it, you have different options. You could do this. But that would be very, very nice for black. Suddenly the bishop can go here, and black has no problems in this position. It's very nice. And the white...
Black is already better, I think.
This bishop on f1 is actually quite weak. It's stuck behind its own pawns, and black has a very good position. So
knight on b3 as well. No?
Yeah, so taking on b6 is not an option. So the question is, how do you protect the pawn? Well, you could play this move, but what happens?
Rook c8.
Yeah, then black gets this move, and suddenly we have this pin, and we also have an immediate threat.
And to take on d5.
And also he threatens to take on d5. So this would just exacerbate white's problem with the weak pawns.
Yeah.
So this is also not playable. So what does white do? Well, you could say he's doing nothing. He played king b1.
Preparing maybe for c4.
Yeah.
But the point is, of course, what about to take the pawn on d5? Because I think that if white can play c4 and rook c1, or c4 and knight to a5, white can have a good position, actually. Because then the knight on b6 will be badly placed.
Yeah. This knight here on b6 is only good for taking this pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So c4 and knight a5, for example, would be very good for white, I think.
Yeah, if
you had
it's
a
white's
chance.
move. Now you could do that, because then you can play rook c1 and you can protect this pawn.
Yeah.
There are no problems.
Yeah.
So in this position, I think black is more or less forced. The question is which knight should you take with?
Yeah, and I thought that when I looked at the position, I was thinking about if you take on d5, probably white just plays bishop f2.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have a
You mean this knight?
Yeah. If you take with this knight,
So-
it's like, and bishop f2,
Maybe bishop f2.
because
yes.
now you're threatening to play queen a5, and everything is hanging. You know, on d5, on b6. You know, it's very, very difficult
Yeah,
position.
so
you know.
this is something. So for instance, let's say black plays this move.
Yeah.
Then you are almost.
No, then maybe knight e3 can be played. Actually,
Then this possible.
maybe,
Yeah, but it's.
but I don't know.
Or maybe.
Rook e1 maybe.
But then maybe we could. Yeah, but then it's hanging. Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
this is playable.
Exactly, that was the point.
Yeah. So then you have to go back again, and then you.
Or you go
Then-
with the other knight.
Because
to
if you
d5.
if you go.
You can go
he-
with the other knight. Oh, then c4 maybe. Well, very interesting. Here you need some.
maybe you can play c4, or maybe should you exchange queens here?
Or you give a check in queen e4. I don't know. This is. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Okay, I was thinking about. Yeah,
It's not clear.
it is not.
Maybe we should go back.
Or it is. Maybe it is clear actually. What about if you play queen to d2? Can you do that? And if you take on f1, you take on d5.
Right. Yeah, queen d2 is strong. Probably. This looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, so probably after knight fd5, bishop f2.
Even though you don't win the knight immediately, you also have a strong position, because if you play bishop h6, the pawn on d6 will be weak. So
Yeah, I think this was just to show the
Yeah.
queen a5 idea. But maybe black could make this move, just move back.
Sure.
But then maybe he would have been better to take with the other knight
Yeah.
to start with. And that was what he did in the game. He took with the other knights. Knight b
Mhm.
takes, which is more natural, right?
Yeah.
And now
Bishop G5, huh?
bishop g5.
Putting pressure. So what white has done is to sacrifice a pawn,
Mm-hmm.
but has got now very strong development and put pressure on black. One problem is, of course, that if the bishop on f8 goes to g7, that is the logical placement of the bishop, then the d6 pawn will also be weak. So, yeah.
Then you could play maybe just play c4.
But as you can see, again, the players have used very little time, so this is a theory line.
Yeah, this is theory. So bishop e7, I think, is
Only move.
Only move, more or less.
Yeah, because you do not want to have this pin.
Yeah.
That's the point.
And now bishop d3. This is a move that is not so easy to play if you haven't prepared it, because it looks like you're sort of blocking your own play on the d file, right?
Yeah.
So, but this is probably also theory.
Yeah. What white is doing is just to sacrifice the pawn, but just the development. And black has, as you can see, put the bishop on e7. So a little bit more dangerous to make a short castle now with the bishop on e7. So I'm sure that white has got compensation. The question is how much.
Yeah, that's true.
Is this the position? No.
No,
continued.
Queen c7 was played.
Okay.
And rook he1.
And now a little bit, the thinking process has started a little bit. So I still believe that there might be, insider preparation, but now they are moving towards the position where they do not have all the prepared lines.
Yeah.
So now they start to think, and
I think this is one of those positions where you cannot really have long tactical lines, because it's not really so tactical now. It's more positional, right? White has made a positional sacrifice of a pawn. He obviously has some compensation. Is it enough, or is it too little? The big question mark is this knight here on d5. Where is this going? What's happening with this knight?
Also, for me, it's attractive to play white in this position.
Yeah.
Because one idea that I see immediately is like c4,
Yeah.
c5,
Yeah.
and f4 idea to
Yeah,
break
yeah,
up the center before the
Yeah.
black king has come to an.
White has these breaking moves,
Exactly.
and it's always nice to have breaks.
Yes.
And then if you time them the right way,
Yeah.
you can completely shatter your opponent's position.
Yeah. But
So-
my guess is that black will go for a long castle.
Oh,
That's actually because if you can make a long castle, you will protect the d6, and then you put a knight on b6.
yeah, and also you have the rook on the d file, so
Exactly.
so you have some counterplay on the d file against the
Yeah,
queen.
that was the point.
Yeah, because if you castle the other way, maybe there could be some problem. But I think this is perfectly playable for black.
Yeah.
And we'll see. This will be an interesting game. Probably,
For sure.
probably it's theory. I
Mhm.
think we're going to leave this now and go to the next one.
Yes.
So here we have the guy from Poland
Yes.
who played very well here, I think yesterday.
Mhm.
Jakub Seman.
Yes. He's playing white.
And his last name, it sounds more German than Polish, right?
Yeah, well, I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. But let's see. We have a very classical game, Italian game.
Yeah, let's have a look. So, okay, e4,
Mm-hmm.
e5,
Mm-hmm.
bishop c4,
Yeah.
very popular move.
Very popular.
Knight f6.
And now we have like a move that says, okay, let's play chess.
Mhm.
No more opening discussion in a way. We just have positions to play.
This is an interesting
So-
position because white has one extremely tactical crazy move
Yes.
and one extremely positional and boring move.
Yes. And he's choosing the.
This is of course
Yes, of course.
the famous fried liver attack, or
Mhm.
the Prussian variation, I think it's called, right?
Yep.
In Swedish at least, Preussisk we call it.
Yep.
Knight g5, and then black has many different lines here. You can play
D5, is the
D5.
most common, I guess. Huh?
but yeah,
Bishop C5 is also possible.
yeah,
Chancellor.
yeah. We have the bishop c5 line, and bishop. What else? No, d5 and bishop c5 I think are the main lines. Well, you can take on e4 also, but that's just for blitz games or bullet games. Okay, so but he played d3 here instead.
Yep. In a way, this has become a little bit popular to have this kind of slow movement in the opening.
Yeah.
Not the least since Magnus Carlsen came
Yeah,
up
yeah,
with,
yeah.
this kind of, just putting out the pieces on
Mhm.
good squares and let's have a long battle.
Mm-hmm.
And if you feel that your strength is in this kind of positional play and in end games, it might be a good choice. So why not go for this type of positions?
Yeah, this was when I started playing. This line was not played at all. I think almost. And if anyone played it, you thought, well, he doesn't know much about chess.
I know.
Because it was not considered to be very interesting, and it was no forced lines and so on, so no one would play this. But now it's the main, I think the main move in the position to play
Mhm.
d3.
Mhm.
And I think the main reason is that you get the stable position with white, and you get all the pieces out, and you can at some point leave theory without any risk.
Yeah.
So
And you're still a tempo up.
and you always a tempo up. So
Yeah.
so it's a very sound and very reasonable move.
I agree.
Maybe the best move in the position actually. So okay, let's see what happens. So here there are many options. You can actually play h6.
Mhm.
Has been played quite a lot.
Mhm.
You can also play a6. Actually, it looks a
Mhm.
bit strange, but it's playable. I played it myself. Bishop e7 has been played also, I think.
Mhm.
And then the move in the game, which is bishop c5, which is I think is the main move.
Yeah, and logical, of course.
Very logical move.
Mhm.
And basically both players are just developing pieces. But now we have a sort of a fashionable move here, a4.
Yes.
What can you say about that?
Well, I thought I was going to say that white has got two basic ideas, and that is to either to go for c3 and d4 at the moment, or to put the knight on c3, but normally you do not want to show your cards in a way.
Mhm.
And by choosing a4, that is quite often a good move, because if you in the next move will play c3, then you're threatening to play b4, for example, and then black must play a5 just to stop it, or maybe a6.
Right.
And what you also want to do is sometimes just simply to play like a5 to take some space on the queen side. So it's a little bit of a waiting move, but still it is normally quite a logical and good move, but so that fits in with whatever move order you choose later on.
Because there was a time when c3 was quite popular
Yes.
in this position.
Exactly.
With somewhat the same ideas. One main idea for white is, of course, to prevent this bishop from being exchanged, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to watch out, because as soon as black has played d6, then suddenly knight a5 is a possibility, and the risk is that you have to exchange the bishop for a knight, and then black's position is easier to play then. So white wants to preserve his bishop, and a4 also opens up the possibility to move the bishop back here.
Exactly.
If needed.
Yes.
So you safeguard your bishop. Okay,
Yeah.
so black played the a6,
Yep.
and both parties castled.
Mm-hmm.
And here again you have many choices. You can play c3.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can play h3.
Mm-hmm.
There are many moves you play, but white chose to play this bishop g5
Mm-hmm.
move,
Mm-hmm.
which is it has its advantages and its disadvantages. What do you think about bishop g5? Do you play this position at all with white or black? I don't know.
Well, normally not,
No,
actually.
no.
So, but of course, you know, I think everyone has played this position at some stage
something
in
like
your
this,
career,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
something
yeah,
like this.
yeah.
But normally, I'm more going for the Rilopes positions.
Yeah, yeah.
But some of them can actually come close to this. You know, if you like me, I normally do not play the main lines. And sometimes you just put the pawn on d3, and you have a little bit the same.
Yeah, it's very very similar.
But when you
actually.
play the bishop g5, of course, you always have to calculate with h6.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things with that move is that after you do not want to take on f6 normally, but you want to play bishop to h4.
Yeah.
And what is happening then is that you always have to judge, is g5 a good move or a bad move?
Right.
And in this position, I guess that g5 is playable. Because if the pawn is on d6, and not the least if the knight is on c3, it can be very, very dangerous to play g5. But in this position, as you have the possibility to go with the bishop to e7,
Let's look at it.
Yeah.
So the question is, can white take or not? Because usually if white has to go here, g5 at least is playable.
Yep.
And it can be quite nasty, because at some point maybe the knight can go here, maybe go here, and black can play for an attack.
Yeah, here you play d6, I think is a logical move, huh? After bishop g3.
Yeah, so but I think I don't think you can take this, because in this position you always have this move.
Exactly, that's what I said, yeah.
So suddenly there is it doesn't.
This doesn't look very... it must be something like f4 or something like that, but I don't think... it doesn't look like you have enough.
I don't know if you can play
compensation.
maybe queen f3 or something and try to...
But then I think simply knight h7.
Yeah.
So I think f4 is the only move in this position.
Well, I don't know. Let's say I go here.
Bishop knight to h7.
Yeah, and then we go here
Okay.
with the idea to check on g3.
And maybe
Maybe king h8.
Maybe knight d4.
Maybe bishop f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight d4 is possible, because you have a check here, so you have to give the check, and then
bishop g5.
Bishop g5, yeah. And then we have to probably move out this guy, but then you can play... I don't know what happens here if we do this.
King h8.
And then probably we will have to take the rook.
And queen take. No, okay. You have a check on...
There's something...
Okay.
It's not 100%
No,
clear
it's
what's
not.
happening here.
Okay.
So anyway,
Okay, maybe.
so anyway, bishop in this position
Interesting.
g5. But this was a good illustration. We don't really know if it's good or bad, and that's exactly the feeling you have when you play.
Yeah, of course.
And both with white and with black. With black, of course, you don't like it so much when white sacrifices, because then you have to defend, and it can be quite tough. And with white, when g5 comes, of course, you want to sacrifice, but it's a bit dangerous to do that. Of course, you lose a piece. But yeah. So anyway, in the game, in this position, because this happened,
Bishop e7.
he played bishop e7, which sort of points in the direction that he wants to be sure that there is no sacrifice.
Exactly.
So bishop e7 was played. But we can see that he has used some time already. It doesn't seem to be theory, because he has already used like 7
but
or 8
I'm sure
minutes.
it was about g5, most likely.
Yeah. And now white immediately played bishop g3.
Okay.
d6 and knight d2. And now we can see that both have started to use quite a lot of time. And I think that's the attraction of this line.
Yeah.
That you can get out of theory very, very quickly with normal moves. So, and yeah.
Because now a g5, when you don't have the chance to go for example, knight h5, something like that, it might not be that you want to play g5 in this position. But also it could be that, you could maybe play g5 even here.
Maybe, yes. One important thing is that if black tries this, which would be attractive, then I think you have this thing here. Because when you take here, you have this with the threat.
Yeah. But what about if you go back?
Yep.
There's a classical trick here as well.
You want to take back?
Yeah,
yeah. And then
you have to play bishop take e5.
You take this. We'll just show the problem with this move. And
exactly.
Trap the queen. So this is famous trap. But there is this move, and after take
on h5.
This suddenly white has a pawn and a winning position, I would say.
More or less.
So we've seen many tricks here now.
Yes,
and
already. And then they even play the most solid, simple lines.
Yeah,
so
but
chess is interesting.
These tricks that we have seen with g5 and all this, they occur every time this line.
Yes.
And every time they are sitting and they're calculating.
Exactly.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So quite interesting. I think we will have to leave this now. We have seen enough tricks.
Yes.
And now we go
to the youngsters challenge.
Yeah. So here we have Patryk Cieslak, FIDE master from Poland, and he's a young guy, I think.
They're both 2009 and 2010.
Yeah. So
young guys.
Very young guys. And the black player is an international master, Ilan Parti
from
India. And he is playing his third Rilton Cup.
Not bad.
He didn't play last year, but 2 years before, so he was very young when he came here and played. And he has, I think, gained lots of rating. He's become an IM. He's a very nice young guy. I spoke a little bit with him before the first round. And he was very happy to be back in Stockholm again, so very nice. And yesterday he beat one of my pupils.
Yes,
Yeah, he lost in a very good game.
I think it was very interesting.
Very good game. Very good game from both sides. I mean. Okay, let's see what happened here. So.
What is interesting when two youngsters playing is if they are going for a theoretical battle, because quite often, the development of a chess player is that you are very much into openings and you want to be up to the latest fashion when it comes to openings and so on when you're younger, when you have the possibility to remember all the lines by heart. Then when you get older, like Tom and I, what you start to do is more like, play safe openings where you do not have to be faced with this crazy computer lines and so on, but two youngsters playing can be a little bit interesting, because even though they are young, they might judge that, well, I'm 1 year older, I'm 15 and he's 14, probably I have a little bit more experience, let's go for something safe, so we'll see what they do.
Okay, so we see the Polish guy here, Patryk, he's the younger one, right? He played e4, and we have an interesting, now it looks like we're going into the Yugoslav or the Pirc, but we get this one.
Yeah. And this is what I meant.
Yeah.
That this is like, an old man's game in a way with black, because in this opening, black will always be, slightly worse when it comes, because a little bit more cramped.
But it's very solid.
But extremely solid. And you do not have to be afraid of being challenged with something new, spectacular normally, that you can be quite sure that you will have a playable position and the best player will win.
This is the Philidor.
Yeah, Philidor.
Yes. And for those interested in history, Philidor was not only a very strong chess player in the time of the French Revolution, he was also a composer.
Yes.
And he composed operas. And if you go on Spotify and search for Philidor, you can listen to his music.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened now was knight f3, which is very normal, and now the typical knight bd7.
Yeah.
Bishop c4, bishop e7.
Yeah.
And now we see the same formation. We had this thing in yesterday in Livia's game.
And I just want to show one important thing with this opening is that an attractive possibility here is to take on f7 with the bishop.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Yes, because this is like something you need to know if you play this kind of line, is that...
If you don't know anything about tactics, you would never do this. But when you've studied a little and you can calculate a little, then you do it.
Yeah.
But it's not good.
Because what is happening is, the idea is knight g5, and you can see now it's a forced line.
Yeah.
If you do not something else, the queen will be trapped. So
yeah, there is a very nasty trick here.
And the queen is trapped.
Yeah, the queen is trapped.
And if you go to f8, it will be a check. So you need to go to g8, and to go with the king to g6 is not very attractive, huh? So
no, you cannot go out here because the king. If the king goes there, I think you play h4. Isn't that the move?
Something. Yes, you're threatening to play like.
Or maybe you can play queen f3, threatening mate, and then queen g3, something like that. Maybe h4. I don't know. I don't know exactly the line here.
No.
But this is very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
No, but you could probably go here also if you want.
Yeah, but then maybe queen to g. I don't know if it's
maybe you start with something like this.
But on the other hand, you do not want you don't want to put it there. So king g8 is the move.
Yeah.
Even though it's not checkmate immediately, the king on g6 is not very attractive.
Yeah. Okay, so
this is the line.
Then this comes here, and then you take and now it looks like I'm winning the game. The problem is that black comes with a counter here, queen g6.
Exactly.
You take this guy, and now suddenly the queen enters on g2, and it's not so much fun anymore.
No.
And black has actually better game in this position.
Exactly.
You have to play something like this, and I don't know which is the best move. Knight g4 maybe, or something.
Maybe take on e4. I don't remember.
No, I don't remember either. That's the problem.
No, but on the other hand, this is typical also that you do not need to know this by heart.
No.
You simply know that this is good for black, and then you will find it over the board.
Yeah.
So
this is the move.
Yeah, I think so too, actually.
Because you have bishop h4 also.
And also knight to take in h2.
Yeah.
This is a good position. So, okay, let's see what happened.
So in the game, white did not take on f7. He played the castles.
Yeah.
And then we had castles. Rook e1, c6,
a4. It's an important move.
h6. Not the most common move, I think, in this position. I think queen c7 or something.
Yeah,
maybe
queen c7, b6, b6, a6, bishop b7.
Yeah.
The thing is, again, is that black will have like a slightly cramped position, but very solid.
Right.
And another thing that has happened to me when I'm playing white in this position is that black has got a very easy idea. It's just to put the queen on c7, pawn on b6, a6, and then at the right moment play b5, and maybe has got a good game because the center of white might be weakened.
Yeah, so black has moves like queen here, the pawn can go here, maybe this pawn can go here.
First b6, and bishop b7.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out the moves. And
of course.
Maybe you put this here, maybe the rook goes here. Small moves. But then at some point you can break with the pawn somewhere, maybe on the queen side, maybe you can play b5 or something, and even take on d4 sometimes.
Yeah.
So there are black is incrementally, slowly moving up the pieces, and what is white doing? So I agree with you. It's not so easy to play.
And also because white do not have any, you want with white to be active, you want to find something.
Right.
But here you most likely need to be playing slow.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So h3?
h6. Yeah,
h3. Rook e8. Bishop a2.
And the idea of h6 is, of course, to take away the square g5.
Right.
So, yeah.
You have to be careful. There is a line if black plays queen c7 here. Well, maybe not in this position. There are some lines when you can actually take on on f7 and play knight to g5 later, but not after h6, of course.
No.
But that's what you're afraid of. So rook e8, bishop a2, bishop f8.
Yeah, one important thing is, of course, again, with the bishop on c4, is that at least some years ago, a very common setup for white was to play with b3 and bishop b2.
Right.
Because when h6 is played, the bishop will hardly be placed on e3, because then the e4 pawn will be weak. So that was quite common. But then you shouldn't play bishop a2. So that's a little bit of a concessions to play this move.
I think this is a move here.
Yeah.
I think I played it myself.
Yeah.
There is also sometimes bishop a3 and to put pressure on this pawn here on d6.
Another question is that quite often when a4 is played, black wants to play a5 himself.
Right.
So the question is,
but you can do that anyway because you have this trick, queen takes. If you play a5, let's say.
No. What I meant is that the question is, should white play a5?
Yeah. But you can do it even now.
Exactly. Yeah. You could do it now as well. But the question is, should you take the chance? As black didn't play a5, should you actually go for a5 yourself to get some, again, the idea of white is normally in this position just to keep it cramped for black and then, continue to put up the pressure. Yeah. And a5 is that type of move. So this is a judgment you have to do as well.
So bishop f8 was played and now bishop e3. And of course, if black
what about
could take.
Yeah.
And now the question is, if you take with the knight, can you take on e4 or is there no? But then there is bishop f7, right? No, maybe not because you have knight f6. It doesn't work. No, yes, you can do this. It's okay, right?
Let's see.
Because if you check, if you do this trick, unfortunately, black has a counter trick here. Knight f6. So e takes d4 is a possible, but if you take like this, perhaps that's that. I mean,
and that
because c5, it's
c5. You have to take on f6, huh?
Maybe not. Maybe now you can do this. I don't know. It just feels like this could be very, very dangerous now. What happens if I take here now? Now I
king take,
and then I check here.
And bishop rook e6.
And then we do this.
Okay, if I take it,
then you get mated in one. No, sorry, I cannot do that immediately.
You cannot.
No, that's true. So let's see.
And bishop g5, you play knight f6. So
yeah, maybe you're right. I just feel that this.
But let's go. But let's actually, I think the positional solution, bishop take d4.
But I think you can maybe just
c5,
take.
Yeah, bishop takes d4. And c5, the bishop take d4, c5 and take on f6 because you have such a weakness on d5.
I don't like this.
No, exactly. So yeah.
Even though I think maybe you can actually hear. Yeah,
even that might be possible.
I believe there could be some tactics there because it looks very promising. Yeah. Maybe queen d5 immediately after knight takes e4. Isn't that strong? What is this? At least it's not nice.
At least it's not nice. Correct.
Well, this looks.
It looks.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah. Okay. It's a horror story, but also the possibility to just take on f6.
Yes. But I think that queen d5 was
yeah,
strong.
I think this was.
But this must be a slightly better position for white. I think.
Sure. Maybe you can even go here.
Yeah.
And just press on. You still have this pressure, and you're going to get this c5 was a horrendous move.
Yeah. Okay.
But in the game, he played b6. He's following your advice.
Yeah. This is a very common move and idea in this position.
Right.
Because what you want to do is slowly again to play bishop b7, a6, b5, and keep up the tension against the black center.
So here I think d5 is a move.
Sure.
Because as long as the pawn is on b7, d5 is not so attractive because you can go there, but you don't really gain so much because when you take on c6, black takes with the pawn. This pawn is a little bit of a weakness, and you attack that weakness with d5. Black cannot really keep up the control. And after this move, I think you can...
But what you will do is, in that case, is bishop b7, I think.
Yeah.
Instead of taking.
But I think you can play something like this. And white has a nice position, and you have this weak d6 pawn here. So this is...
it's slightly better for white. But I think, but after this move, the question is, how much is it?
Yeah, of course. Well, but still, you still have the same problem. I mean, so I don't know exactly which is the best you could perhaps take on c6.
Sometimes you even play c5 with black.
You mean in this position?
Can you do
yeah,
that?
but you can do that, but it's not very good, I think, because then the bishop comes here, and you go down to f1 with it. You put it down here, and you control.
I play a6. I play g6, and then I go for f5. I'm not saying that. I just say that this is a possibility that could be happening.
Yes. I have played games like this with white, and white has a slight advantage due to the better pawn formation.
Yeah, a little bit. And again, black is a little bit cramped.
Black is cramped. It's like a King's Indian, so a closed King's Indian. But white already has started his attack on the queen side. White is much faster on the queen side.
The only problem is that if you play a6 with black, it's hard to, you have to take some moves before anything happens.
Yeah, but you can play like rook b1 and b4, and this square here is sort of vulnerable. Maybe you can get the bishop there or something, and But let's.
What happened?
I think after b6, I think we don't have to see anything more.
Because this is the position, or
this is the position, and I think d5 is very logical. Another possibility would be like maybe to play the queen up.
Exactly.
Just make a small move and wait. But I think d5 is also very logical.
Yeah.
And we can see that both players have used quite a lot of time.
Yeah.
20 minutes each. So this is probably not something they looked at this morning.
No.
And
but or if they looked at it now, they have at least reached the point where it's time to play for yourself.
Yeah. And the white player, of course, there are many options here. I think d5 is the most.
I think that for me, when I played with white, I think the problem has been normally that you have all these different options,
right?
And the question is which one to choose, and suddenly you're in time trouble. This has happened to me when I played this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. I have actually struggled a little bit with white because. Yeah, you can do a lot of things, but black can.
Black is safe.
Yeah,
black is safe.
It's not easy to crack.
No, it's
That's
not.
the problem. Okay, we go to the next game, and now we get into the Swedish players, and we have this old hope Erik Hedman, very accomplished Swedish player who was a Swedish junior champion once, and still a strong player, international master, plays for Rokaden in Stockholm, and always plays interesting games. So we're gonna check this game from the beginning. He plays against this Turkish guy, Hasan Hussein Celik or Celik. I think it's Celik. Yeah. So white Erik played e4. I think he usually does, and we get the Caro-Kann. And we get
this variation. Okay.
What is it called? The 2 knights variation or 3 knights? I don't know. Something like that. Knight C.
But the logical move here is bishop g4, just like played, I guess.
Yeah, black has some options here. You can do different things. You could take on e4.
You take on e4, of course.
But there is one trick line that many white players play. This, and black of course protects his knights here,
of course.
And then suddenly knight d6 comes with mate.
So
already after 6 moves.
I can see you have a good opening repertoire, Tom.
Yes, I know these tricks. No, but this is very popular. If you look on the Leech's database, you will find many moves with many games. I think it's even recommended
for 1 minute games, most likely.
No, I think also blitz games. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let's take a look at
Yeah.
it.
So, but bishop g4,
It's one of the main moves. Anyway.
I think it's the best move for black.
Yeah, yeah. I have played this position with
Yeah.
white many times, for example.
I played it also with black, not in the long games, but
Mhm.
in blitz games, and I like
Take.
this. So
Yes, and queen take.
is this where we are? Yes, we are in this line. I'm just going to do this. No. So, okay. So queen takes and e6.
And what is happening here is that, again, when I played this with white, you have the pair of bishops, but black has got rid of his bad bishop, you
Yeah.
know, on the white squares,
Yeah.
and only have strong, you know, the strong bishop left on f8. So black has got a very solid position. White will have most likely a little bit more space, or at least he can choose to have that one.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if you play d4, you place your pawn on the same color as the opponent's bishop. So what I normally do with white is that when I play this, is to play d3,
Yeah.
and then play maybe g4 and try to get active on the king side. This is how the white normally plays in this position, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You can play d4 also. It's
you can, absolutely. I mean,
it's a line.
it's a line. It's a line.
Yeah.
I just say that this is the way I normally play it with
But
d3 and
bishop e2 also there is also also the idea with g3 and bishop g2 and things like
Yeah,
that. But then
yeah.
usually I think you start with d3 first and then you
Yes.
develop,
Yes.
or with g4. But okay, bishop e2, knight
Mhm.
f6,
Mm-hmm.
and castles, knight bd7, and now he plays d4. So he plays.
Okay,
for
waited.
this.
He waited for knight to bd7.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we got this kind of classical, what you could call almost Scandinavian structure on the pawn side for black. You know, very solid. White has got a small advantage normally due to pair of bishops and this pawn on d4, but black is so solid, so it's hard to make progress for white.
Yeah. White has the pair of bishops, but black, on the other hand, has this very solid position in the
Yes.
center.
Yeah.
So these pawns are all well protected, and he has the bishops complementing these pawns on
Yeah.
white squares. And the knight is good. Sometimes it will go to d5, or sometimes it goes to d7. It can go back, or it can go forward. And White's bishop, it's not quite clear what they are doing in this position. Right
No.
now they are doing nothing.
Now, what I would do if I were white, I would
Mhm.
like to put the pawn on b3 and play bishop b2.
Yeah,
Because one thing is, in this position, is that if black will do something, he needs to push his pawn from c6 to c5, or the pawn from e6 to e5.
yeah. So
These are the two moves that black will play. And then the bishop...
I have one more plan.
Okay, but anyway, if these are the two moves for black, the bishop will always be good on b2, because then you
Right.
will have a long
Yeah,
diagonal.
yeah.
That was my point.
Yeah, I
that
agree
is-
with, and you're perfectly correct with that.
But,
But I think the plan that the black players usually play
yes,
is that they don't move these pawns.
no.
Instead, they double up the rooks on the d file, and they put maximum pressure on this pawn here.
Yes.
And they try to maybe even play g6 and go with the bishop to g7 or something. You know, just put up a very, very stubborn. Maybe the queen might go out to a5, and you try to show that this pawn on d4 is a weakness.
But still, then the bishop would probably be good on b2. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah,
Anyway.
this pawn is not so weak. You can play c3 and so on. Anyway, a4 was played. So Eric is playing very
Ambitious.
interesting. Yeah, very interesting plan actually. This is really interesting because he just rushes the a pawn up the board.
Take some important squares, but
Now black plays a6. Would you play a6 here?
I'm not sure. But of course, if white can play a6,
Mm-hmm.
then bishop on f3 can be very strong.
Yeah.
So I do understand, and a6 is of course in line with the idea of putting the pawns on the other color than your own bishop. So in that sense, I think black's a6 is absolutely okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just
No, it's
it's not so clear if you should do it or not. But
Yeah.
I agree, and there is also the idea that you can retreat the bishop here and put pressure.
It can be a weakness.
And then if white, let's say white puts pawns on c3 and b4, you know, then suddenly the knight gets a nice square maybe here, and you could, but I don't know. Let's see what happened. So in the game it was bishop f3, queen c7, and now comes a really surprising move, rook a4. What about that move? And he thought for 10 minutes before he played it, so to me it looks a bit odd.
Yes.
I must say. Is he going to play d5 and move
This
on?
is a very strange move for me.
Yeah.
Also because, I mean, you know, because of course, okay, one problem with playing the pawn to a5 is that the queen is on the same diagonal as the pawn on a5. So you need to keep your rook protecting the pawn on a5. That's why a6 also might have been a good move, because, you know, you will always...
Yeah, that's one of the points that you actually sort of say, I'm looking at you. A5.
But beside this, you know, another thing is that the rook now, okay, protecting the pawn on a5 and of course on d4, and if white would play black would play c5 or e5, the rook would be ready to move on to the king's side. But this will not happen for sure. So
I'm wondering why he plays it.
Strange. This is a strange move to me.
Does he want to play b4 or something? But then you could play something more practical, like bishop d2 or something.
But bishop d2 and rook a e1 or rook a d1 looks much more normal to me. You know, this was
rook a4 is a very, very
at least an unusual idea,
eccentric idea.
Yeah.
What could be the idea?
But on the other hand, also, what can black do?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm just trying to understand the need to play rook a4.
No, I don't understand it.
No. Okay, we will leave this game and we'll go back. We will get the answer later on.
Excel.
Now we get the...
we have, at least for me, probably the most interesting game of this round, because we have the talent from Germany, Leonardo Costa, playing against Axel Falkevall, the Swedish talent that made such a nice game yesterday, beating the highest rated player.
Yeah, he beat Bassam in the King's Indian. White,
with a very exciting game.
Yeah, very good game.
So it will be interesting to see this clash between these two youngsters.
Yep.
And Axel is black, and well, he's one of those guys who is not afraid of a sharp battle.
So let's have a look.
Yes.
So e4, c5, Sicilian.
Yeah. Oh,
so we get the Sveshnikov.
Yep, one of the most sharp line we have, and of course both are well prepared. They have. Let's take a look at how much has it thought.
No, they haven't used any time.
Leonardo he knew that Axel was going to play this as well, because otherwise you think a little bit before you. Yeah,
and now Leonardo chooses. The same move that Caruana played against Magnus in the World Championship match in London.
The safe variation.
Yeah, and actually this is the move that I've played mostly in this position, 95. And the reason I think that white players like this move is that you get away from some of these crazy lines.
Yep. Because the main move beside 95 is bishop g5 for white. And the idea is, of course, to take control of the d5 square.
Yeah.
But it has been shown that after a6, knight a3, b5, bishop take f6, g take f6.
Let's show that.
Because this is a really, really strange pawn structure that will arise.
a6, right?
Yeah.
And you want to take immediately, or you play this first?
I think I take on f6 first. I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Something like this.
Yeah. And knight d5.
Yeah.
And here you have this kind of position. It looks so good. When I saw this the first time when I was young, I thought that white must be winning.
Yeah.
Because look at the strange pawn structure of black. Look at the double pawn on the f file. Everything speaks for white in this position. But it's actually, the dynamic of this position is very dangerous for white if you do not know what to do, because black will play like bishop g7 and then come with f5, and the pair of bishops can be so dangerous, also because the knight on a3 might be out of play. So
You have different moves here. You can play f5, for instance.
yeah, there are many, of course.
Bishop g7. I think
There are many possibilities.
Yeah.
Of course, it's white. White also has got different setups.
But that's
it's a
what-
sharp
yeah,
theoretical line.
I have played this with white, and you can sacrifice on b5 sometimes.
Yes.
You can take with the knight, or you can take with the bishop, and I used to play those lines way back. But then at some point I thought I wanted something more positional, and I started playing this line. So take, and here black has an important choice. You can go back.
Yep, b8.
Knight back to b8, which is quite good. Then usually white follows up with c4.
Yep,
Or you can play the move that was played in the game now,
e7.
knight to e7. And okay, of course you can play here. You can play c3, or you can play c4. I think c4.
And you have a dangerous threat.
There is also a4 here.
Mhm.
Yes, this is very dangerous now, because there is what could be the best move in this situation? What is the threat? It's a move that you usually say that you shouldn't make those moves in the opening, right?
That's right. But queen a4 is extremely dangerous.
Don't
here.
move your queen in the opening, but let's make a bad move for
G6,
black.
G6 for example.
Yeah,
Because that's a logical move, to move out your bishop
yeah.
and so on.
And then suddenly queen comes. And of course black plays this move. Oh,
Checkmate again.
checkmate.
Your favorite.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
Another mate. So yeah, but actually after queen a4 the game is over.
Yep.
There is no hope anymore.
That's right. So what should black play? He should, I think, is it the knight g6?
Is this the only move? I think this.
But it doesn't look so good.
It doesn't look so good.
I don't like it so much.
No, it's not good.
Hmm.
It's just not to lose immediately.
Okay, I see. Hmm.
The problem is, of course, that if you play queen here, then we could take on d6, but I think this is the best move.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Then take on f7.
You could also check on and you just win the house. So
Yep.
it's just completely over. So after knight e7, we had c4, right?
Hmm.
And there was knight g6.
Because now the bishop is covering up on d6, queen a4, you have bishop d7.
Yeah. So he played queen a4 here,
He did. Okay.
and queen b4. Yeah. This is.
It's this line.
I think the old saying was that maybe you should put the knight here. That this was the best move,
Mm-hmm.
because then you protect.
Even better.
Yeah, and after queen a4 you play bishop d7, and white really doesn't have anything. But after knight g6 you can actually play queen here and queen b4.
Mm-hmm.
But wasn't this the World Championship match? They
Mhm.
played this, right?
Mhm.
This
But
was
yeah. So they are following like this type. Like I said, I know Axel also is following theoretical lines on high level.
Mhm.
So we are in a battle, you could say,
Yeah, it's a
opening battle
battle,
between two players who are very well prepared, and you can be
Mhm.
sure that they have not only looked at the Grandmaster games but also worked with their computers and so on.
right.
So you can also see that neither of them have used any time, or they actually have more time
Mhm.
now than they had when they started the game,
Yeah.
which means that both are, inside the preparation. So
Mhm.
what will be interesting, as it is so sharp, is of course to see where do they start,
What happens?
when they start to think.
I know that Caruana played something with h4. I don't know. I'm not sure it was in this position, but
Mhm.
this was one of the ideas that he used in
Yeah.
the games against Magnus. So bishop e3,
Mm-hmm.
a6, knight c3, a5. Yeah, bishop a3. e7.
And now, of course, you have like a little bit of a strange position because the a5 pawn is good in the sense that it keeps down the white queen,
Mhm.
but on the other hand, b5 square is a bit weak.
Yeah.
So it's a question of good or bad,
Mhm.
like always in chess.
Yeah.
There are pros and cons.
I think this position is very tactical.
Yeah.
There's so much tactics going on,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Magnus showed in the World Championship match against Caruana that there are many very deep ideas for black here, many interesting ideas that
Mhm.
black can go for, with the pawn sacrifices and very dynamical play.
Mm-hmm.
So here he played this. This did not happen in the World Championship match.
That's interesting move.
Yeah.
That's interesting. This is, and you can see on the time again,
Mhm.
it's played without thinking.
Yeah,
So
this
it's
is
preparation.
This is preparation. Castles,
Mhm.
king b1, knight h4.
Wait.
Yeah.
Go back. Okay, so here we have castle on different sides.
Yeah.
What is interesting is that the pawn is on a5, because now normally you want to play a6 and b5 to open up, and now
Yeah.
suddenly white has got control of that.
Yeah.
So it's not so easy to see how black can create this attack on the white king.
No, white has a sort of defense by control of squares. He controls b5, and that makes the attack very difficult.
But on the other hand, there is not really an attack for white on the king side either, because your queen is stuck on a3. So it's a little bit strange in that sense that
Mhm.
the normal is that white will play on the king side, black will play on the queen side, but maybe they have to change, and well, we'll see.
So what happened in the game was knight king b1,
Yeah.
knight h4, and this looks very strange. It's not to attack the g2 pawn. The idea is to reroute the knight to f5,
Mhm.
and maybe even to go to d4. I mean, this could happen later,
Yeah.
or maybe
Yeah.
take the bishop. So the knight just improves because g6 is not such a great square.
Yep.
So it goes to h4, and
Mhm.
after f3, with the idea of after this move you can slide back here, and then you could maybe continue with the move like this, and the knight can go here maybe at some
Yeah,
point, and
yeah.
play like that. So and now Axel played a4 here.
Mhm. And now look at the time. Suddenly he has started to think.
Yeah, both have started thinking.
Yeah, exactly. So
But-
here
but
they have
he-
left.
I think in this position,
Mhm.
after f3, obviously the theory was over, or the
Mhm.
preparation was over,
Mhm.
and
Time to think for yourself.
yeah, and then a4 was played,
Yeah.
and bishop f2.
Mhm. What is interesting is again that the situation is sharp, or the position is very sharp, and if you make a mistake in this position, something you can be worse very
Yeah.
quickly. So here you really have to watch out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very tricky position.
Very tricky position. So the question is, of course, also where to put your pieces.
Right.
And Tom showed that the knight could go to f5 and d4, but the question is for white, how to develop the pieces.
Yeah.
Do you want to take on h4?
No,
Probably not, huh?
no. In principle, I wouldn't. I mean, maybe this is playable at some point. I'm not saying that, but I don't think that's.
I don't think so either.
I think you want to keep it.
But
the question is-
one dream could be, of course, to play the position where you have swapped off the white square bishop on f1 and to the bishop on d7 and the bishop on f2 to the knight on
Yeah.
h4.
This
So you
could
have
be-
a good knight against
Yeah.
a bad bishop. That is a classical idea.
Yeah.
But
We can sort of just show this. Now I'm just making stupid moves just to show it here, and let's say black let's say he plays
Mhm.
this, and we take here maybe something like this. Okay, now you can play knight b5
but it doesn't. But
immediately.
then take on c4. Don't forget. So
Yeah, okay, so something like this. Now I think
Mhm.
in this position, okay, you get the e4 square, but it's not such a stable square because f5 is always there. But in principle, something like this could be good. Let's say the rook was on c1, and you could play knight b5 and target.
And on the other hand, if black could play bishop f2 and c5,
Yeah.
it could be.
Yeah.
So it's very, very,
Very- very
subtle
tricky.
as
Yeah.
well.
Some exchanges are better than others. The question is, should white take on h4? It's possible. You could
Mhm.
do that. Maybe it's a threat. So the question is, what should black play? I mean, if you move the knight back in this position, maybe you could even start
maybe
this.
maybe
It's not impossible.
no.
It's not clear. It's not. You
No,
don't really have an attack.
Maybe you play the back to h4.
Then probably this goes back.
But-
But then you could maybe do
but
something.
then you have knight on to f4.
Yes, it's true.
Bishop g5
Yeah,
or
maybe something like
or,
this.
or maybe even bishop g5.
Maybe this. could
Okay,
go.
okay, yeah. Difficult position.
We'll see. With that, I think we will take a small break,
Yep.
about 10 minutes, and then we will be back, and then we will start all over again.
Yes.
Okay, see you in a while. Okay, we're back again, live from Stockholm, Rilton Cup, third round. Jesper, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, good. So we will start again with board one, where we have the Croatian Grandmaster, Leon Liviat. That's how we think it's pronounced, we don't know for sure. And he plays against a guy from Singapore. I've never heard of him before, Shenyong Jaden Wong.
Perfectly pronunciation,
yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know Singaporean, but anyway. So here we have the position. I think we had this position actually,
Yeah,
and we
yeah.
discussed the options. And White played a move that we did not consider here. He played Rook B1.
But it's connected to the
Yeah,
other
yeah,
idea of A3 and so on.
It's
So
the same idea, but maybe he is sort of making it a little bit faster, or at least more powerful.
But for me, again now, knight E4 is one possibility at least, but it was not played.
It wasn't played,
No.
but it definitely, as we said, you could move the knight into the center,
Yeah.
which is sort of creating a small crisis already after only a few moves.
Mm.
It's the type of move that I like to play myself.
Yeah. No, but I mean, White probably just play simple chess, after that.
Yeah, of course.
So
It doesn't win or lose or anything like that. It's just an option.
Yep.
But he shows a more slow approach, I would say, maybe, but in a way
G6.
more positional. And he's solving the problem with the black squared bishop, putting it on G7, where it will later help playing E5 or attack D4.
But here comes a little bit of a surprise to me. Shouldn't White play like bishop F4 here to get out with the bishop? Or bishop G5 maybe, even bishop G5, and then play E3, because now E3 came in the game.
Yeah, he played E3.
And now your bishop on C1, is...
It's true.
It's a bit... I mean, it's solid in a way,
Mm-hmm.
but the bishop might be stuck on C1, so...
Yeah, it's a difficult decision. I agree with you. On the other hand, if let's say you play the bishop here, then you always have to watch out for moves like at some point, not here, but at some point the knight can harass this bishop.
Of course.
Once you've played E3, and maybe it will be exchanged. So I think that's...
Of course,
Yeah.
but still,
Yeah.
it looks...
Anyway,
Okay.
E3 cannot be a mistake.
No, okay.
So bishop G7, and now he goes for the plan. Excellent. And now we have this. So now it's even better than before, because now you actually threaten to win a piece. So okay, take, knight D2, and here we have the
That's
E5
why,
move.
I thought about this move.
Yeah.
Because now, if you, for example, now you play... If you take on E5, I guess black will let's see what black would play. I was thinking about playing bishop F5.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, G4 looks a bit...
It looks very... I mean, D take
No,
E5 looks
no.
very dangerous. Huh?
No,
I can't believe in this move.
I think just a simple move like this.
And then
Because if G4, you go here,
you go back.
and if you take...
You have a check on D1 and take on G4.
Yeah, you can just take
Everything
here,
is-
and it's catastrophic.
Yeah.
And you have bishop to
Mm.
F3 later on.
No. So
So here he plays what I would say an inspired move.
But
D5.
that's what I thought. This must be the critical line to
Right.
go for D5.
Yeah.
And now let's see, they are out of theory. That's very important, of course.
Yes.
Now knight to E7 must be the move on, or?
No, he took.
No,
took
sorry,
the
he could take.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You have
Of
this.
course.
This is the trick, so to speak, that you
of
get
course.
this thing.
Okay,
And here there is an option. You could exchange queens
of course.
and then play something like maybe bishop F5 or something, and then maybe castle. And
No,
I think maybe black should be slightly better. I don't know, but he didn't do that. Here he played interestingly this move.
But if you take on D1 and play bishop F5, maybe F3. Simply f3 after bishop f5.
Of course, but it doesn't look nice.
No, I don't say it's impressive in any way.
No, but this is of course okay. Yeah,
it must be. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's. But it's not. White is not better either. So it's absolutely.
But
okay.
I agree. This is playable, and maybe now suddenly you could say that this bishop here is not so good on g7. It's a little
That's
bit.
The point.
Yeah, a little bit, and you don't really want to take here because after this, suddenly this bishop becomes very strong.
And you have
It
threats on
can go
f7
here, and then there is some pressure down here, and it's not so clear how you play. On the other hand, this bishop is not super strong either, so pros and cons, as we say. But anyway, black played queen h4.
Yeah, I saw this, man. This is a little bit annoying move, actually.
Yeah.
Because if you play queen c2, then bishop f5, and you cannot play f3.
Yeah. Maybe you have to go back.
What do you mean?
With something. Yeah, well, you have to move something back. Maybe you have to do some.
But that is.
You cannot. I mean, you cannot. I mean, you could also go back like this.
Then you can play bishop g4.
Of course.
Or something, even, you know. Black is very fast here, actually.
But maybe then we can just play something like this, maybe.
Okay.
But I think black is okay here in this position.
I think so too.
So I think we will leave it there and then go to the next one.
So because now white has started to think. Yeah. It's a little bit of a crucial moment because now it's getting sharp. And, you know, black can be very fast here as well with bishop f5 and even long castle sometimes, you know, and it's with the bishop on c1 not doing much, it can easily become a good position for black. So now you really need to find your way in this position with white. Okay.
Maybe you can play queen c2 and bishop f5, maybe bishop d3.
Yeah, and then long castle.
Yeah.
It threatens to take on
d3.
To
take, yeah, that's the problem.
g3.
Probably yes, but then you can play maybe even queen to h3, but then there's maybe not knight g5, then d3 is hanging. Yeah, no, I don't like it for white. I don't think that's good. I think white is slightly worse here. Okay, let's see the next game. So here we have this interesting
theoretical battle.
Yeah, and we had king b1, and then black
took bishop g5,
took this pawn and bishop d3, and we saw this.
Yeah. Okay, so here we said that white has sacrificed a pawn, but has got all the pieces developed, you know, and it's not clear where to put the king for black, and white will try to continue to put pressure on black. So in that sense, it's a bit easier to play white. But on the other hand, a pawn more, and if you can find a good setup in the defense, it might be okay. Still have a feeling they are inside the theoretical line because, you know, they have not been thinking so much, and this is a super sharp position, you know.
Yeah, sharp in one way because black has a pawn more, but not so much happening right now. I mean, there are no big threats. As I can see, at least.
But you know, like pushes like c4, c5, f4 might make it dangerous in just a couple of moves, you know.
But he plays this move very
It
solid.
looks logical to me.
The big
to
point,
release the pressure.
The big point here is, of course, that if you take here, black will take with the knight.
Yeah.
And
it's a little bit stabilized, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if you could play something, but if you can you attack the d6 pawn somehow? Bishop e4, maybe you can play f5. So let's say you go back, something like this. But then knight f5, of course.
Or d5.
d5 also possible. But then you can start maybe... Yeah, it looks...
I mean, it's dangerous, but I mean, if black can castle, you will have an extra pawn on the full center, you know, so...
Yeah. I don't know, that's how you play this move. Just for fun. Maybe you can play d4.
Well, or I take it.
Yeah, but then I take back.
And then
Then castle, but where do you castle? It's not so easy.
I don't know.
Now this
This is maybe a bit dangerous.
Now at least I like some options here.
But knight f6 in this position.
But
is okay.
maybe this was a possibility. I don't know.
Also.
But then maybe you can do this.
No, I believe more in knight f6 in the final position, or knight b6 in the final position you had.
Here.
Yeah.
And then just move this.
No, knight b6 threatening the bishop, and then go for...
Oh, you want to go there, yeah.
Yeah, and then make a short castle or something like that.
Right.
And I'm not sure you have compensation after that.
No. I mean, this is the type of position where you need to do some... You need to be on your toes and really find something. So the question is what? What happens if you just move the bishop back?
You need to do that.
Probably, yeah. Let's say we go back. Let's say we go all the way.
And short castle.
Short castle. And now we need to enter the arena with the queen. Queen d6 maybe?
Don't forget, yeah.
What do you...
Or maybe I take and play knight to c6 or something like that.
And then you jump. Probably white has enough to sort of it's not much, but he can at least avoid losing. Probably.
Yeah. And also, this position is still interesting position.
It's still interesting, yeah. So
okay. So what happened?
But in the game, I think maybe he should go for what we looked at.
Maybe.
Because the problem when you have a position like this is you cannot wait forever. He played h4. And then the knight went back, and now f4, and now he castled. Now it's not so easy. How do you...
I mean, it's not an easy position, so... But the white still has got some...
So, queen e2.
I also was thinking about c4.
Yes.
Just to continue the pressure and start to threaten stuff.
I think c4 is a key move in this position in general. So he played queen e2, king b8, queen f3, rook e8.
But I think that I'm not sure about white's move. This short, queen e2, queen f3, how much it is. But he simply wants to put up pressure, but... Yeah.
No, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe white has sort of waited too much. Because if he had played in this position, bishop takes e7, he would have started the attack before black has castled. Now he has.
I just thought that in this position you could also in the final this position you showed me after knight g4.
Yeah.
What about f5?
In this after here?
No, after knight to g4.
Yes, of course. Yeah, f5 is possible. Certainly. Now, of course, f6 is an interesting option. I don't know about that now. What happens?
I'll go back with it.
Then you
bishop
go back
to c1 or something. Like
maybe we should take.
And pawn take.
Yeah. Yeah, f5 is definitely a move to consider here.
This could be, the basic idea, because if you take bishop take, you have problems with the pawn f7.
Can you do d5 here at some point?
Possible. Can you
maybe queen takes?
If I queen takes?
Yeah, maybe queen takes.
No, I'm not so...
But there is something with knight f2 at some point. I mean, there are tactics in this position.
Absolutely.
It's unclear, very unclear position. So they are thinking they're using a lot of time. We see the white player is down to half an hour.
Yeah.
So he is on his way to time pressure. Kantans has more time left. So with the pawn up and better time, I give Kantans a slight advantage here.
I agree. But nothing is played so far.
No, and I agree with you, because if you would do something like, but this is also a possibility. But then you do this, and of course,
no, black is better.
Yes,
for sure.
But I think already here,
if f5 is not a good move, I believe that black is better. So this is for me. This is the key move.
Yeah, this is the key try, so to speak, to get
Exactly,
something and
exactly.
show that this position is playable
Mm.
for black. Yeah. Okay, I think
Yep,
we
let's move on.
We will jump. So now we get to this game between the Polish, young Polish Jakub Seman
Yeah,
against our guy from Mexico, is it?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting because we said that this is like a slower approach
Right.
that White is choosing,
Mm-hmm.
and it is true, huh? Because what happened? We had the
It-
position with Bishop E7.
It has
on
become
the
very
eighth move,
very
on Bishop
slow.
G3 and
Yeah.
D6, Knight
Let's-
BD2
Let's
G6.
let's have a look.
Yeah.
So there was this Bishop G5 we discussed.
We saw this.
After this, we
saw
said
this.
that G5 maybe White could take. So
Mhm.
Black played Bishop E7, very
Mhm.
solid play,
Mhm.
and White voluntarily moved back D6, Knight D2,
Mhm.
and now interestingly G6
Mhm.
with the idea Knight H5.
Of course.
We have we
It's quite logical move, actually. I like this.
we established that this move
Mhm.
would actually lose to this,
Yeah.
or lose, but I mean you lose a pawn.
Yeah.
So G6 with the clear idea to go to H5.
But also quite often the idea is to go for Rook E8 and Bishop F8 and Bishop G7.
Could also, but I
or-
think in this case, I think it's very concrete.
Yes. Or it could be, of course, to support an F5 later on.
Also,
So there are several ideas with G6.
you could say that this is a multi-purpose move.
Exactly.
Okay, so in the game there was H3, Knight
Mhm.
H5, and now of course you cannot take on E5 because this knight here
It's
is protected by the pawn.
Mhm.
So and White does not want to allow an exchange here because that would ruin the pawn formation a bit
Mhm.
at least and
Mhm.
give Black the bishops. So Bishop H2, and now
Mhm.
interestingly Bishop G5. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I thought about maybe White was threatening to play G4 actually,
Mm-hmm.
to force the knight back.
Yeah.
But now after G4, Knight F4 is a strong move.
Right.
So it supports that.
So let's see that. G4 allows this move,
Yes.
and of course if White takes here, you could take with the queen probably. Maybe
Yeah.
even take with the pawn if you want to be
Exactly.
super solid.
Yeah.
This is not bad because then you can move the king here and you come
I
with the
think
rook.
Black
and,
is better actually in this position.
This looks very strong.
Because the knight, you have to take the knight almost. But my idea was that if you do not play G5, bishop to G5, then G4, Knight F4, then you take with the bishop on F4, and you will have a strong center with White.
Yes. So now King H1 was played,
Mm-hmm.
and Black played King H7.
I thought about maybe Black should play bishop to F4.
It's playable.
But maybe G4. Okay, cool.
Could happen, yeah. Then if you take
It's a
on
bit
H2
tricky.
maybe. I don't know. Then you take on H5 and G6, yes.
That was the idea.
No, you have to be
But it's-
careful. You have to be
it's
careful.
Very tricky position, yeah.
Yeah. But
Okay.
but if I think that this looks good, and now
Mhm.
now we see this option to play at some point F5
Mhm.
occurs.
Yep. Now this black must be absolutely okay in this position.
And now White played Knight G1, which is a sign that something has gone slightly wrong for White.
Yeah. The idea now is to protect the H3 pawn, so and to play like
Mhm.
G3 and go for something like that. But
Mhm.
yeah, this is of course something strange.
But White, you see this sometimes that White moves everything back.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that Black is winning. It just means that White is
Yeah.
retreating
Mm-hmm.
to maybe expand in another
Mhm.
way. Maybe you
Mhm.
play G3 at some point. I mean, if White gets G3 F4, suddenly he's coming back in the game.
Mhm.
So
Maybe Black should even play Knight D4 and Knight E6 to bring in the last knight.
maybe
Could also be a
could
possibility.
be a possibility.
Mhm.
Very interesting
Is it Black
position.
to play?
It's Black's move.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the next game. So
Mm-hmm.
here we have the game between
The youngsters.
the two youngsters, the Polish Patryk Cisak
Philidor
Cislak
game. The Philidor game.
against Ilan Pathi.
Mm-hmm.
AR, I guess that's the initials.
So what happened after B6? We said
Yeah,
you said
we said B6.
and you said D5 as a one possibility.
Yeah, the alternative that you can always do, of course, is to take on E5. The negative with taking on E5 is that it opens also the game a little bit for black.
Mhm. But normally in this position, black
Yeah.
wants to take with a pawn on E5.
Yeah.
D take E5, and this is something he didn't do now. Huh?
No, we didn't.
He took with the bishop and the knight, and
Good
then I think it can be good for white to take on E5, because if knight takes, you probably play knight to D4 or something like that, you know.
Mhm.
I guess, or maybe something else, but still, you know,
Yeah.
then it can be.
This happened in the game.
Mhm.
Knight E5, and you said knight D4. Yes.
Yeah, that's for me the logical move. in
Yeah,
this
this
position.
is.
Why didn't he play
This
that?
type of position can also occur when black takes on D5, which is actually one of the plans that black can use.
Mhm.
But this didn't happen. There was D takes E5, knight takes E5, and now Queen E2. A little bit strange move, I would say.
That was. Well, why not knight D4?
Yeah, that's
Because
interesting.
another rule that is logical is that if you have like this slight space advantage, you do not want to swap off pieces.
Mhm.
And by taking on, you know, if you allow black to take on F3, you know, there is one piece left. You know,
Mhm.
you've been away, and now I think this looks better for white, slightly better for white, or even much better for white actually. Because
I wouldn't say much better, but I look. It looks like this could be pleasant for.
because
white.
you're threatening to play F4 and
Yes.
take on C6.
Yes, this is a threat. So white has a threat, but maybe black can just protect.
Is it bishop B7?
But then knight F5 is very annoying. So maybe
Yeah.
Queen C7, just Queen C7, something like that.
But then again,
Then you can play F4.
F4.
Maybe. Yeah, knight G6 perhaps.
yeah.
Well, let's have a look. So let's say, just for the sake of experimenting, we play Queen C7, which is common move, and let's say we go here, and let's say the knight goes here, and now we have to make a move.
Queen D3, maybe.
Queen D3. I see your idea. You want to play E5, and you will
Maybe yes.
take this guy because there is a pin
Yeah.
towards the king here. So that's a nice idea. So Queen D3, yeah. Yeah, it looks like a white advantage here. Maybe a little bit more than you usually have in this line.
Yes.
Maybe.
Again, I do agree that it's not clear,
No.
but I think that at least this is a
This is playable.
strong option.
Yeah. This
Because of the
would-
Queen E2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then he took.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes and bishop e6. And now he gets some exchanges, which eases the pressure on his position.
But again, white it must be slightly better in this position.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Because he has this pawn on e4 against
Yeah.
the pawn on d6.
That
I told you about that.
Yeah, that's right. White is always slightly better
Yeah,
after that. Okay,
yeah.
I see. No, but this is a little bit tricky actually, because if you take on a2, I think white will take on f6 in between.
Yeah, but he didn't do that.
No, I do understand, but
Yeah.
at least a
Yes.
little bit tricky.
Yeah,
right now.
there is a threat to destroy the black pawn formation. That
Yeah.
would be terrible. So he correctly moved the knight back.
Absolutely, that's good.
And rook a d1, and he took.
Mm-hmm.
And now we don't know, but I guess he will take here.
Of course.
So this will be the position, and then the question is, what will black play? No, white is clearly better here, but it's clearly slightly better, as they say.
Slightly better,
Yeah,
I would say as well.
clearly slightly better.
Yeah.
I think it was Jubojevic who invented this clearly slightly better meme. It was very popular way back.
But
in the
I had a
70s.
feeling that still that to keep the piece with knight d4 was better actually,
Yes.
because black now, queen e7 and
Yeah, queen e7, maybe knight e5, knight c5,
Yeah.
something like that.
yes,
And it's not so clear what's happening.
yeah.
And rook a d8 and so on.
Mm.
But what can play? There are moves.
Mm.
Okay, so let's go to the next game.
Mm.
And now we come to this we saw this rook
With
a4.
strange move, yeah.
This strange move that was the last move in this position. We did not understand. We did not understand the point of this move, and now we hope to get the answer.
Yes.
And what happened was, of course, Black played a very normal move, rook e8.
Yeah.
And now Queen b3. Okay. And of course now Black plays e5, and then suddenly this rook move is at least more useful, even though we don't get the answer why he played it, but at least it's useful. So there was an exchange here. Rook takes, rook d1, and rook e8. And now,
at least there is a threat.
Now Hedman played this move to prevent mate.
But what about check?
There was a
g3 check on.
Yeah, let's see. Let's analyze it. So we check here.
Yeah.
And now you have to go up. You cannot take.
No. And then
because then you go here.
And
then you take here.
And rook e1.
Yeah, we can defend. Now you see the point here. No, I don't think. Maybe it is the point. No, that's not the point. But we could play like c3 maybe. Doesn't look so nice though. What happens if we play this?
Or queen d3 is maybe better. I don't know. But still, I mean, black is better in this position.
Yeah, but how much?
Of course. But I just say that, the plan of white cannot be correct.
No. But I think this rook a4 move here
is
in this position.
Yeah.
It's very strange. I mean, we were talking about this move.
Of course.
Which looks like a very, very normal move. Easy defense of this, and then you bring this rook into the game instead.
Yeah.
And maybe you I don't know exactly how you put your pieces. Maybe you play g3 and king. You could
That's
play
what
this,
I thought as well,
and the king goes here.
I agree.
And you just build a position. Instead, he makes this crazy rook a4, which actually puts the rook on a worse square.
Yeah.
And
the problem is again because you do not release it, because it still has to be protecting the a5 pawn.
And in the opening, one of the things you're taught when you're a junior, you should connect the rooks.
Yes.
But he's disconnecting his rooks.
Yeah, I agree.
So not so impressive, but it will still be an interesting game, and this is the position.
No, it's not.
So I think we're going to jump.
What is the position? It doesn't matter. Okay, let's move on.
I think
let's take a look at it, because this was very interesting.
This was interesting, and we have to look at this. This
Bishop
was
f2. Yeah.
This was the position, and we just remind you that we have the young, talented German player Leonardo Costa with a very high rating, 24.98, against Axel Falkewald, who is one of your juniors. You've trained him a little bit.
Yes.
With 23.78, also very strong. FIDE master.
Yeah.
Costa is an international master. Two very strong players. And again, Falkewald won a brilliant game against Bassam Amin yesterday. Sensational game, actually. And in this position, we discussed the possibility of playing knight f5, and that actually happened. And surprisingly, he played g4, which was my suggestion. But
I had one idea here when I saw this.
Yeah.
Because I think he played knight d4.
Right.
Why not play bishop h4 first?
Well, that's a mystery.
Because that must have been... Because my idea with this... maybe he can take... And
he takes. He takes. And suddenly you have a slight problem, maybe. Because this you protect this pawn and you attack this pawn.
And rook a6, you can play c5.
Yeah, this is always the problem with this move, that you have this discovered attack with the bishop attacking over.
But even this is interesting.
Yeah, but I think the problem, what you said now is very good. You said this is interesting because everything is interesting here.
True.
Every move leads to some interesting position. True. So you have to have this guiding, sense what you want to do, because you can calculate millions of lines, and it's very difficult to evaluate all of them.
But in one way, I think this is a smart way to do it, to play knight d4, because if white takes 2 times, you will have these beautiful black squares,
And you know what I think? I think that Axel when he played knight h4, which was in this position, he was already thinking about going to d4. This sacrifice.
Yeah.
And probably this was his preparation, because he has only used 125. If 5 minutes, less than 5. So when he gets the chance to do it here,
he will.
He does not spend a lot of time.
Because I saw one line here, and that was to go for take on d4.
Yeah, he did take.
Yeah, and pawn take, and now if you take with a rook.
Yeah, but then it's then you get your bishop.
Yeah, probably. Either you could also. I was thinking about. Okay, maybe there is also f5 is also interesting. There are.
Yeah, you could do that
just
also.
To go for.
Yeah. F5, definitely interesting move. We get f5 in the game actually, because what happened was he took, and now he didn't take it. He played knight here.
Maybe that's smart.
And now
f5 must be the move, huh?
And now he played f5.
Oh yeah, of course.
And now I'm starting to definitely black has lots of play here.
But also
But white has this move. This is very important move.
That's very important.
And suddenly he has a very solid formation here in the middle. And it's a bit unclear what this bishop is doing. It's very smart not to take this pawn, because then this bishop would become very strong. But he didn't do that. So this position is a bit unclear. He played this move, opening this attack here.
I think that was a good move.
Yeah. But how would you evaluate this? What would be your evaluation? Is it equal?
In one way, I think that black should not. I don't think black is worse, because what you will do, let's say rook f1, for example, then maybe rook f4.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Just to keep up the pressure. Yeah,
and then the queen can go to f8. So let's say I don't know which rook. Maybe this rook. So you have, or do you want to go with the h rook?
I'm not sure actually.
Let's say we play this.
Yeah,
move.
Let's do that.
And probably something like this. And now we have this idea to maybe slide the queen all the way here to put pressure on this f3 pawn. And it's not so clear. It's not so clear what white is doing. The queen on a3. What's it do? It's
one problem is, of course, if you play like queen b4 and try to release it, most likely a3 will come. Huh? Black will play a3.
Here probably you get this immediately, which is annoying at least. Because if you play this move, then you always have this square here.
Yeah, that's
the queen.
At one point, you can even take on e4 or something like that and play with
opposite colored bishops and
play with on the black squares.
Queens, So anyway, bishop g6. We don't know what he's going to play here. White is thinking.
But you can see also the time. It's a difficult position. Both are thinking, and there are 17 minutes left. 17 moves left. So they have been thinking a lot in the last moves.
But I will make a prediction here. I think black is going to win this game, because I see more easy ideas for black, and I don't really see a plan for white. Maybe there is a plan somewhere. Maybe there is something, but I just don't see where it is. So if you don't see the plan, then they're probably.
But what about the white player is an international master with a higher rating? Doesn't matter for you.
No, I'm just thinking
from the position.
But I think I would say that in this position, I think Axel has had more success with his preparation. He got this knight idea to d4. I think that was a preparation he knew about that, and we can see it from the times also. He has used less time, and he's the one who is threatening things, and this is so important in chess, to threaten things. Fischer's famous quote, "What's the threat?
What's the threat?
What's the threat?" When they were analyzing and people made moves, he said always, "What's the threat?"
I agree. I think that white has to play well from now on.
Yeah.
He needs to find a plan. He needs to find a way to.
Because the problem for white is that I think this queen here. It's not doing anything. It's just, well, he can go to b4, but then, as you said, then there is always this problem with a3.
Can you go for c5 at any moment?
Yeah, you can try that. But I thought perhaps you can just make a move like this, take it.
And then
it doesn't get better for white. That's the problem, really, as far as I can see. No, this is not good.
No, I agree. No, I just want to try to find a way to...
Yeah, I was looking at c5 also. That if you could do c5 in a good way.
Yeah.
But you're already pinned here on the... And you have this threat... down this way. And you... then
okay, a new idea. And if you go back, I have a new idea.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go for... No.
Oh, he played knight d2.
Okay, I see.
The move is already done. Okay, this might be good. This might be a good move, actually.
Black should not. I don't believe that black is worse after that. I mean, you can take.
No, black is not worse.
You can take on in d3 and then play a3, for example. That's one way.
That's one way to play. Let's have a look at that and let's play this move just to see what happens. Well, if you take it, then you have problems on the a file for sure.
And you cannot take on d4 due to bishop f6. So
again,
a little bit unpleasant, you know.
Yeah, it's unpleasant. And also, it's very easy to defend black's position on the king side. You put the bishop on f6, maybe on e5, and
yeah, that was my idea also. The other possibility was to play bishop f6 and then bishop b5 simply. You know?
Yeah,
and you have like, even though you lose the pawn on d4, you know, you do not have to be afraid, you know.
No, I mean, that was he has sacrificed it once. He can sacrifice it again. So no, this looks quite good. Okay, so we think
your prediction is still that black will win this game.
Yeah, also because of the times, and also because I think Axel is on a good streak. He won yesterday, and he has a good position, and he seems to be hungry for more.
Yes.
So I think
I
that's...
would also be hungry too.
Yeah. So I think it looks good for him. And Costa is a little bit, you know, defensive, starting to move his pieces back and so on. And the black has options. Okay. So do we want to see some other game? We have
got another idea.
Yeah.
Here,
you
could also play b5 move.
Yeah, this is possible.
Because if you take on b5, you can take with the queen on b5.
Yeah, because I don't know if you would start here maybe to take this.
Yeah, I thought about that also. It could be possible.
Something like this. Maybe you could. Can you play something like?
Yeah, I'm
a queen here.
It could be. I'm not. It's more like, you know, you have.
Yeah.
Suddenly you will have like.
Yeah, but I don't like so much. I don't like so much to get my pawns ruptured in front of the king. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is playable also.
And that's a3 and then rook f4 and.
Okay, lots of possibilities.
Anyway, okay.
Do we want to see some other games?
Yes.
Let's see what we have here. We can just check the positions and see if we like the positions.
This was very interesting, this position. I saw this, you know.
Yeah, okay.
It was crazy. It was Kulouts playing.
Is it some open Spanish
I don't
or something?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it is.
It is, yeah.
We can just go through it fast.
Do it fast.
We don't have to. So here we have the open taking on e4, of course. d4, and this is
all is
theory,
and you have a choice, and c3 is one move.
Knight c5, bishop c2, and here we have this d4 move.
Yeah.
Knight b3.
Yeah.
And I think you can play d3 here.
Yes, you can.
This is a well-known line, but black instead went for this guy. Yes, and then we get this. Queen c2, bishop d5, bishop g5, rook ac1. I think this is theory, but I'm not sure.
But they are thinking a lot.
They are thinking a lot, yeah.
Isn't this just better for white?
Well, it looks so.
Because I don't know how to react to rook's ac1. So, I mean, the black pieces is a little bit strangely placed, you know.
Yeah.
Isn't it a bit dangerous with the pieces on c6 and c5? So
Can you play something like knight d4 to try to ease and then put the bishop on b6 and the queen on e6 and just play the position and say, oh, yeah, it's okay, because black has a nice bishop on b6.
But what about
Yeah.
okay, rook take,
Yeah, let's take here.
and then rook take.
Take with the rook.
Yeah. I
You're
want to
going to play bishop f6 or something?
Yeah, and rook h3.
Yeah, this is possible. So maybe we have to do something.
Yep.
Can we play queen d4?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe queen f5?
Maybe.
Interesting game,
Mm-hmm.
but then rook h3. Yeah.
Maybe rook a e8. Then I play g6 and take on e5.
Mm-hmm. So then you go here.
Yeah.
Now if you take it, I think it's mate. You check here, and you go here.
No, I think you should play like rook e6. or something.
Maybe instead of rook h3 also.
Take on f6. with
Maybe
queen,
mate.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
But the other one also wins. Yeah, no, this is dangerous. Interesting idea. So knight d4
Mhm.
might not be the best move, but this looks very dangerous.
I think, yeah.
It looks dangerous.
So-
I think black, but I think d takes c3 in this position. That's not the move.
d3s have been analyzed. Yeah.
This is the move.
Yeah.
There was actually one game recently in
Mhm.
Stockholm between Ferdinand Hellers playing white against Eric.
Mhm.
Ferdinand won that game, but it was a long theoretical line, and I think it was equal game at some point. But
Mhm.
there was some slight
Mhm.
mistake. But anyway, very interesting.
Let's-
So let's see what we have more. We have this. This looks quite interesting. The Swedish GM Ralf Åkesson playing against Bartolomej Heberla from Poland, also grandmaster. And to
But
me,
it's not. Is it so interesting, this?
no, I'm not saying
Rook,
it's so.
rook e7, for example?
No, it's not so interesting, but it's interesting.
Chess, everything with chess is interesting, Tom. Don't forget that.
That's true.
That's
Yeah.
true, yeah.
No, but this is a type of position that is interesting.
Yeah.
Because.
I mean, it's always interesting when you have like a pawn structure
Wh-
that is
wh-
not
white-
symmetrical or so on. Yes.
White has pressure here, and you have this
Mhm.
bishop lurking here on b3.
Mm.
You know, pressuring down
Mhm.
here, and you have the queen, and you have the knight,
and knight g4.
and
and
you can double your rooks.
Mm.
I prefer white
Yeah.
to black.
And look, interesting is also that the weakness of Ralph, that is, can actually play on a very high level,
Yes.
is normally that he comes in time scramble, you know.
Yeah.
But in this game, look at the times. It's actually Heberla who has got problems with the time.
Yeah.
Only 16 minutes left.
I think that's
So
a
that's a
sign.
good sign.
That's a sign. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Ralph. He was actually European junior champion
Yep.
way back in the 80s.
1980.
Yeah,
I think,
1980. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so very good player. And let's see. Let's go to the next. We have
This was a crazy
yes.
situation, I think.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's just quickly run through it.
Mhm.
So we had.
Yeah.
So we have Tiger playing white against Bengt Lindberg. Bengt Lindberg is a strong Swedish
Mhm.
international master
Mhm.
against Tiger, and
I think 10 years ago I said that he was the strongest amateur in Sweden.
Bengt.
Mm.
Yeah, he was very close to becoming Swedish champion one year,
Mm.
but
Mhm.
in the end he didn't.
Mm.
I think he was number 2 or something. So
No, he's playing quite a lot and he's playing strong. but of course he has always had normal work. So yeah, this I've seen this position. I think I played it actually with black
Mhm.
one time.
And we get a
But
lot
not
of
this-
exchanges.
but this position I haven't played.
To me, this looks like, well, it's interesting. We will get a position where with the bishop against knight. We have
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
Maybe there will be a queen exchange. I don't know. But yeah, both kings are a little bit, a little bit weak at this position.
But it must be about equal, I guess.
It's about equal, I would say too.
Because even though, because also the white pawns are on the wrong color,
Yeah,
and the white king is not
Yeah.
perfectly placed on f1 and so on, so should be okay for black, but the bishop can be strong if the rooks are swapped off and everything is swapped off. It might be a possibility for white to put pressure on black, but
yeah.
I think it's okay.
Okay, I think maybe we should go back to the
First
board.
game.
Yeah, the first board,
Yeah.
and see what's happening there.
Yeps, please.
So,
So we saw this
Not much has happened.
because after queen a4, knight d2,
That was one of the options that we
Yeah,
mentioned.
and
Bishop,
look at this.
bishop f5, and now e4.
That was very interesting.
Yeah.
e4. That was a bit of a surprise. Look at the time. 15 minutes left, and he plays
Mhm.
e4.
Yeah.
And now, of course, the interesting move here is, what about if you take on e4?
What about g3?
Exactly. After g3, you can see that the queen cannot support the bishop on e4 anymore, so it might get lost. But what about take on e4? Knight take e4, queen g2, if you play queen h3. Then you're threatening the rook on h1, and you're threatening the knight on e4.
Yeah, let's
That's very
let's
interesting.
not give too many lines
No.
to think about.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Let's show it.
that was my idea.
Yeah.
This, take on e4, and queen g2.
Yes. This looks very interesting, but
we have knight d6 check or knight f6 check and bishop d5.
I was thinking maybe
That's a
here
fantastic line.
take-
Knight d6. Knight d6.
maybe it's good.
Yeah, I like that. Look
But
at that. Knight take.
There is also a possibility to play bishop takes f7, and then you have knight g5 check later. It's also a way to play, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
but let's see this, and you want to do this,
Mm-hmm.
and let's say we take it.
And bishop d5.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe e4.
yeah, probably, most likely yes.
Mm. Okay.
But I don't know. Is it a possibility?
Yeah, but let's take a look at your move. Take on f7. That
Yeah.
was interesting.
So, and the king takes, and then we take with the knight, because now we have knight g5.
And queen b3 is very dangerous as well. Yeah.
So this now we can even play queen f3. We want to check and take.
But knight g5. You
Knight
can always
g5.
play first,
Yeah,
to see where to go with the king.
yeah. But maybe you can just play some solid move like this. Probably we have to do this, and we will
Why
get.
why do we have to do that?
No, we don't have to. We could play rook f1,
Or king e2, king e2.
but then
Okay, rook f1.
then knight d4 is a bit.
Okay. Yeah, this is true actually.
But now we get rook d8 and knight d4 and everything.
Mm.
But I think black
Okay.
should be slightly better maybe in this type of position. What do you think?
But we need to find a good move.
Yeah, and we cannot.
Well, what about bishop e6? Is that possible?
For black, now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Could be.
Because you get these open lines. You
Yeah,
have
yeah.
knight on d4, so you have some dynamic
Right.
compensation for your weaknesses when it comes
Yeah.
to the pawn
But then I
structure.
think the position is, well, you get the knight to d4, that's an irritation, but you can castle and
Okay, and then, of course bishop g4 is also a possibility.
right,
Queen b3 maybe. No, but this is.
maybe queen b3.
But then knight.
We have this.
Can you play knight d4?
Yes. But now maybe we can just move the queen
Because if
somewhere.
you take on f7, you play king e7.
Yeah, then it's
Very dangerous, at least, you know.
very dangerous because you cannot.
And it's winning for black.
Yeah, you cannot play that.
Mm-hmm.
The question. Let's say you play something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You can check on c2. This might be irritating, and then you move the queen away, something like this, with a complex game.
Yep. But black should be okay.
Yeah, black is. I think black is okay. I consider black to
Be better.
Yeah, because he has some tactics going on, and this this idea to take is still interesting. Let's check that again, because if that is possible,
you should do it.
Yeah, this
wait,
is.
Wait. But I just want to see this. Let's take a look, so I understand myself. Okay, queen h3.
Yeah, it's the only move.
Mm-hmm.
And well, take then this. This was, well, you could take on f7 now, but then the king can just move, right? Or is it possible to take now?
What was the other line we had?
Well, we had one line where we took on f7 before we.
Okay, it was before.
Yeah,
but let's do that, because that must be the right.
Yeah, the
way
question
to
is, but if you do this now,
king e7,
and this.
But king e7 was strong.
Yeah, king e7 is a possible move, but then we have a check here.
Okay, and now take, and then take. You have a check on d7. Okay, I see.
Maybe I can.
This is simply win
something
for white.
I don't know. Is it?
Yes.
Why? It's not so clear, right?
It's not so clear, maybe.
No. Very, very complicated lines here.
Yes.
But we had one line where we took on f7.
I had a better idea. Maybe queen d5 was better in that position.
Maybe.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So
where did we take?
Here.
We took on here. Okay.
Here we played. Well, of course, now you don't have to play queen g2. But now the king is on f7, and suddenly white's pieces are quite good. I mean, we have knight g5, we have bishop g5, bishop e3, queen b3. There are many moves.
But maybe h6. Okay, queen d5 check.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks.
Queen. No. This you will not play this.
I don't know. Is that really good? King e7. I mean.
Exactly. On rook d8.
Mm-hmm. So this is not so clear. Yeah. Because
you're actually threatening rook a d8 and queen g2.
Yeah, and also knight can come to d4. It's very nasty if it lands there. The only piece that is not so strong right now for black, the bishop is not doing anything. The king is a bit vulnerable, but all the other pieces are active. And white is only playing with this knight and maybe the queen. I think it's a difficult position for white, actually. So let's go back and see.
But you have rook b3, queen b3 check.
So do you think black will take the pawn? No?
I don't think so. I think we'll play bishop g4. That's my guess.
Well, he's looking at this, I'm sure.
Of course he's. Of course. But take on b. I'm sure it must be take on f7. Check.
I'm not sure about that.
And then take.
And now h6. You said.
Yeah. And what about queen b3 check?
Yeah. And the king goes probably here.
Yeah. And now, time for a good move.
The threat is to play queen to g2.
It's actually knight e4 is coming.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. This is bad.
Yeah.
So you cannot play like this. So I think you can. I think you can take on e4 actually. So do we have an alternative here?
What about if you simply cast?
Yeah, that's what.
No, the rook is hanging. Oh my god.
Oh no, that's not possible. Yeah, this is a problem. Is there something else?
No. Play g3. In this position. Then.
So let's take here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at this. Do we have something here? Now we can take on f7, because if you take back now there is this. There is a possibility to exchange everything.
Agreed.
So if he takes, we can, if we want to, we can play this move, or we can check, and the king goes here, and we have actually this move. Then white is probably, well, I think black is better, but it's maybe not that bad.
Agree.
Because you're going to castle kingside later on. So in this position, the question is after bishop takes f7. No, here. Is there something else?
King e7.
Maybe. Yeah, king e7. That's, and then after check you take
queen d5 or
queen d5. And king. Now you have to go right to the right square, because king e8. Then there is this check, and you take the queen.
Exactly.
So you have to go back here, and now
king e2 maybe.
Maybe king e2. Yeah.
No, knight d4.
Yeah.
What about
Correct.
king d2?
Oof.
I know it's dangerous, but
yeah. Or maybe this is the way. Yeah. Suddenly, white's position makes some sense, I would say.
But h6 is also dangerous.
Yeah, h6 is dangerous, but now. Yeah, this is very dangerous. Maybe there is no move here. It's very strange. Very, very strange. This queen on g2.
This is... Okay, maybe rook g1.
Which one? This?
Yep.
Well, I guess you can go here. Or take, maybe even. Maybe this. What do you do? Also, queen f3 was possible.
Yeah, and then rook b3.
Then you have rook b3.
That was my idea, actually.
Yeah. And then it's still not clear after queen f5, but then you have g4.
And now g4 in this position. Then you can actually take on g5.
Yeah.
Knight take, rook d8, and then you actually have your rook protecting on h3, so black is winning.
Okay, very tricky position. And I don't think we should waste more time. We
soon will know.
We have seen that there are problems here.
Interesting.
So let's go to board 2, and here we have this, and we had the knight g4, and you said f5, and that was played.
Okay, good.
And d5 also, and we said this, and we never went into this. No. We just said that, well, who knows what happens here. And this was played.
Look what happened now.
He took, and he played e4.
What is this? What is happening here?
Well, this is nasty. Because if you take bishop takes, then you have...
Knight f6?
Yeah.
No, but then you can take on b7.
No, okay, so what's the point then? I thought there was some good move here.
Is it knight c? No, okay.
Then you can take. So bishop takes e4. That's the move we are thinking about, right? Knight f2, is that a move? Is that irritating maybe?
Maybe you can take on g6.
What about? So bishop takes. Let's look at it. Let's say this move, because now, as you pointed out, if the knight goes here,
we can
take it. And
if you knight f6,
and if you do something like this,
this is the question. This is a critical line. So my question was, can you take here? Yes. Take.
And
now, is there anything here? Take on b7.
Take on b7, take
Take
on
on
f6.
But this is good for white, huh? Isn't it?
Yeah. At least it's not bad.
Okay.
So we have e4. So take. But my question was this move. I don't know if that is good or not. But at least you attack two of white's things, and you have still some things for white to think about. Because now. Now it could be tricky. Let's say we, just for the sake of argument, that this is played. Now probably you can take, and now maybe you can do this.
Yep.
And suddenly it's not so nice for white anymore.
No.
You could take on f6, you take on e4, take on. But
No,
then that looks.
No, and rook d4 didn't work either, I think.
But this is not. It's not 100% clear, is it?
Isn't it?
No. Oh, maybe yes. You just go back. Yeah.
Why not king? Okay.
Then you can take
I
and
see.
yeah. But now this is probably very easy. Now it should be winning. It's not over, but it looks very good because of the take. You, if white takes here, you can just take this one, and that should be.
And take on f7, queen take f7, and it's equal material.
Yeah.
But
No, well, it's a slight advantage for
black.
Yep,
I agree.
You can never lose, I would say.
I agree.
But maybe white can make it draw.
But this is maybe what white is thinking about as well, in this position.
Yeah, but if you don't take on e4,
what should you do? Can you do?
I mean, if you take with the rook, that looks dangerous, right? But now there must be some strong move. Maybe now you can do this knight f6 again. Isn't this the same story?
Take on e8.
Then you take the queen with the knight.
And take on d8.
Yeah.
But now it's of course.
Now you're really down a lot of. Now you need a miracle to survive.
No. The thing is also bishop c4 or something like that.
You have knight e3 always.
C3. No, you have also had my c3 check.
So this doesn't work. So
that's right.
So So e4 is a very interesting move. But I think this must be the move.
Must be the move. But, and what is happening? Look at that again.
What happens if you go the other way? Or go back? These are also options. This is possible. Then this move is actually not good because of knight e3. So, but this move.
And now let's take a look again.
Yeah, let's look at this move.
So what did we do? Was it rook c1?
That was just for illustration.
Yeah, but maybe,
illustration.
but there is other moves.
Yeah, you said take on g6. What happened after that?
In this position, yeah.
But then d1 is hanging. I don't know what happened. But is this good? Maybe you can just take back on. But then you can. No,
but if you take on d1, my idea was to take on f7.
Right. That's what I thought.
And then it's at least a bit of a mess,
Mm-hmm.
Can you take back simply? Then maybe you can take with the bishop on g6.
How about rook e5? But then maybe you can take with the queen, but then you can take on d1. I was thinking maybe something like this to gain a tempo. Nasty position. Because if you take here now, maybe.
No, I was thinking of taking on b7 actually.
Oh, you want to go?
But maybe it's too crazy.
Should we take this one?
Yeah.
Then you have to take back, right?
Yeah.
But now you can
even take on g6.
You can take on g6 and no, this is good.
But if you take on g6, and take on a6, I thought, but you have must be better for black again. At least I
But
just...
maybe you can also just take here. But then you have this, of course. You threaten to take on d7. Yeah, then it's then maybe there is something with these pawns. Oh, I think it's the safe option is to just take. It should be good. This I think is good.
And then if you take on a6, you take on g5. Knight d4 is actually a bit annoying.
Knight d4. But we have, this tricky knight e5.
Oh my god. Okay. Yep. And then c3. Take on g3 and rook e1.
Yeah, so c3 is a move. But maybe now we should make some.
You can even take on g3 maybe, and go for this ending with the rooks, and you have your 2 pawns fast in.
Anyway, we understand why he is thinking. That's
exactly. And what about this? 6 minutes left for how many moves? This is going to be chaotic in the end. I think that Black will win this game. It feels like that. With so little time.
Yeah, and I think it's Black posing the problems, and White is trying to
hang on the string.
Hang on, yes, he's really hanging on the string.
Yeah,
and this string, the queen is. It was a very nice sequence here after f5, this d5, and take and e4. This was. I don't know if it's good or not, but it's very irritating for White.
I was thinking about in that position after take on g5.
Yeah.
You go back. Could you take on g6 here?
Yes, you might do
because
that.
If you play knight f6, maybe you can take on f7.
Yeah. But maybe after this move, we have something like knight e3.
But then I take it and I take on f7.
Yeah, but you're a rook down.
I'm a rook down.
You're a rook down, and you only have 1 pawn. It's not 2.
It's true.
No, this is nothing.
It's not. No.
Okay, let's jump. This will be fascinating. It already is, but we have to move on. Okay,
yes, of course.
So here we have this game between the young Polish guy, Patrick Cislak, FIDE master, against our Indian international master.
No, not Indian.
No, sorry, I'm mixing. I'm reading the wrong line.
This is
actually, it wasn't the Polish guy. It's the Polish, but it's Jakub Selman.
But now I think that I think that Black must be absolutely okay, maybe slightly better in the position.
Let's go back and just see what happened. We had a position where the knight went to g1.
Yep.
And we were discussing how can Black play here. We had some ideas, but f5. The negative side of f5, of course, is if you play it now. Unfortunately, tactically, it doesn't really work because you cannot take back with the pawn. Because you lose your knight up here.
But then the knight on d2 is hanging.
Yeah, but how is that position?
Yeah, I don't know. I just say that it's...
Yeah. But maybe knight f3 after that?
Yeah, and bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Yes, tricky.
Tricky.
So, but f5 is not so clear anyway, because if
it's possible, but...
If you play something like this, maybe you can even go for g4, I don't know.
Yes.
It's interesting.
Yes.
It's possible, but he didn't want that. He played knight g7, preparing f5.
Might have been a mistake, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, f5 looks like. I mean, it's not really accomplishing that much, is it?
Well, you're threatening to play maybe f4 even.
Yeah, but I mean after this.
Take with the pawn.
Take with the pawn, yeah. And now let's say we take this.
And I take. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe here?
I go. Bishop g5.
I want to play bishop f7 at some point.
Queen f6 in that sense.
Yeah, okay, but I do h4 first.
Okay.
I have a plan.
You have a plan.
This is nasty for you, actually. It's lost. Because when you go here, my bishop comes here and...
Knight e7.
Aha, you have a move.
But I agree. But I agree in a way that this is... At least it's dangerous. I agree on that one.
Or maybe even this. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a tricky position.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's not clear. Okay, so anyway, he went for the solid option,
Mhm.
so to speak. C3 and F5.
Mhm.
And now there are no question marks or anything like that.
Mhm.
And B4, white is playing on his side. Bishop
Mhm.
E6, exchanging some pieces.
But I'm not sure that was right. I also had the idea maybe you could play like take on D2 and play F4
Yes. this
because
would
the
be-
bishop is a little bit stuck
Yeah.
on H2 and then go for G5.
This
and all
is
this
this
kind
is
of-
a positional attacking idea to get this pawn formation, and then your idea is just to push everything here.
and white will play F3, I
Yeah.
guess.
But you have the right pieces. You have the white squared bishop
Mhm.
up here.
Mhm.
You have the two knights, and you have the locked king side.
Yes.
And you can move your queen up here and so on.
So yeah,
Ve-
could be a possibility at least.
Yeah, definitely. So this was the very good option here. It's not so
Mhm.
clear to play this move though, because then
Exactly.
this bishop is
Exactly.
maybe a little bit in the way,
Mhm.
even
Mhm.
maybe. But this
Mhm.
is also possible.
Yeah.
So, but he didn't want to do that. So he played bishop e6, which
Mhm.
is I think a fine move.
I mean, it's a fine move, but it's not the toughest move. If
No,
you,
no,
if I put it
no,
this
no.
way, you know.
But he goes for. Now he locks the position. I think that the Mexican guy here, Julio Cesar here, I think he does not want to go all in.
Now look at the times.
Yeah, he does not want to go all in. He's playing a higher rated player, and he wants to, keep a safe position.
Yeah.
He knows he's better, but he does not want to, gamble on some attack.
But-
But maybe he should have. Maybe he
Also
should
with
have.
this little time.
Yeah.
You know.
But I think his position is okay here. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's probably slightly better.
The question is, if, C5 is just too
I mean,
much.
White has lots of weak squares here
Mhm.
around the king,
Mhm.
and he has a knight. It's not a comfortable position.
Mhm.
On the other hand, if White manages to do something, let's say he gets a rook down to b7 or something, then suddenly the king is very open here.
But this will not happen.
No,
A rook in b8. Anyway.
no,
Okay.
In the far off distant
But
future.
White is not so much on pressure either right now, so.
No.
But I would prefer. I think I would prefer to play black
Yeah.
in this position because you have this d4 square and so on. So
Okay.
yeah.
So
Yes,
we go to the next,
game.
and now we get to this Polish Indian.
Now.
Very young guys playing against each other. They were born in 29 and 2010, right?
Mhm. But
So
is black winning a pawn? What has happened here? Because now black has got no problems here, huh?
yeah.
I believe.
So we had this position,
Mhm.
and we said that knight d4 was perhaps the best move, but he played
Mhm.
queen e2, and there was exchanges. And we said that white is slightly better, but now I think black looks
Okay.
fine here.
Mhm.
Yeah, White's play has not been so sharp.
Mhm.
Now definitely no discussion. I would say this is slightly better now for black.
This was strange. He's playing strange moves, I think.
Yeah.
White.
Yeah.
He's trying to
Yeah.
force a draw. But
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's forcing a draw, but
no, I'll just say that he's trying to simplify to get his draw, but now
here maybe he should play, but he cannot play f3. That's the problem.
exactly bishop
Because
c5.
then we have a
Yeah.
skewer here. So that's not so nice. So he played knight d3, and there was in this position,
bishop h4.
and then bishop h4 came.
The idea is, of course, he wants to. He protects the e5 pawn
It's a brilliant
and
move.
rook g4. But then the question is
Because if you play this move, you have this pin,
exactly.
and it's as you say, it's just a pawn. So it looks like black is winning a pawn, and that should actually win the game in the long run.
Well, at least he's a favorite. Clear
Well, you're
advantage. Huge advantage.
I think his position is slightly better even without winning the pawn, and now when he wins the pawn, it's much better. So it should be good chances.
I agree.
Okay, so then we will jump to the next game.
So again, the small combination they call it,
And here we have this strange rook on the a4, still standing. The rook is still standing. Okay, so we had the position here with g3 was played, and there was this, and he took, and now he didn't play this rook e1. He didn't like that. We thought maybe rook e1 was something, but I think white had several moves. c3 maybe, queen d3, maybe even queen f3 was possible. And maybe the rook is not, because the black queen cannot really, you need the queen to support the rook, right? So instead he played bishop c5, opening up for the queen.
Yeah, it's also because it's the weakness on f2.
Yeah, bishop f3, queen e7, bishop d2, queen d7, okay.
That was strange.
He doesn't know what to do. Bishop g5, h6.
h6.
Well, that's
so take on f6, queen d2. That's the idea.
Ah, brilliant.
It actually looks very good now, from what I can see.
Yeah.
Take on f6, queen d2, and rook. Well, what can you do?
Bishop d4, but then you
bishop
have bishop takes. Yeah.
That's you.
So let's show that. So here we have what we call intermezzo, in between move, and the threat is to take and to mate.
What is that position? Bishop d4, bishop take, rook take, queen take, and queen take b7.
Yeah.
What is this like?
Well, black is clearly better, I
Is
think.
he?
Don't you think?
No, it's because you will win the a6 pawn or the c6 pawn. You will have two pawns.
Well,
it's so clear.
Let's say we go here. You take. If you take with the queen, I think you.
No, I think queen takes on c6.
You want to do this?
I'm not sure I have any choices. Maybe it will be. I think that white will manage to hold this position actually.
No. Really?
No. Yes, I think so. Yeah, if I simply take and bishop e2.
And I have to take. You take.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then go back with the bishop.
Yeah, somewhere here. Yeah.
And then a6.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is most likely a draw. Yeah, I agree.
At least that was my idea.
Yeah, you can play on for some time, but it shouldn't be so much.
Yeah.
So.
I think so, at least,
Yeah. So bishop. Let's look at it once more.
Maybe it's the best chance. No.
Yeah. So queen d2, bishop d4, take. Do we have something better? We would like to have some attack, right? Maybe it's not so easy.
You could actually
wait. I have an idea.
Wait. Yes.
Yeah. Let's see.
I mean, there is no doubt that it's black who is in the driver's seat, but I just said that this might be the best chance.
Of course. Yeah. No, but I'm thinking. Let's say I played this move.
Okay, I take.
Where?
a6.
Maybe I take here.
Queen c4.
You're always attacking c6, yeah?
That's the idea. A6.
Now if I play c5.
Bishop b7.
Yeah. So I was thinking some position like this.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's better chances maybe, but
it's not. It's very hard to play. I mean, how do you actually make this work? But maybe you can somehow. I wanted to somehow get the chance to attack the king.
Yes, of course.
Get to f2 or something. Maybe it's not so. It's not easy at all. It's not easy at all. And you might end up in a position where you just can't do anything.
Mm.
Maybe you just have to wait, and and then it's.
Mm.
Very interesting. So maybe we jump to the next game. So we have again.
We have our position.
Costa, Leonardo.
What?
Oops! What happened?
Okay, it takes back the pawn.
Yeah. So we have to go back a few moves. So we
G4.
had, we had this situation.
Yeah.
And we got this.
Yes.
And b3.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think we thought perhaps he would play bishop f6, maybe,
Or rook f4.
Or rook f4, yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But instead he went for bishop g5.
Mm-hmm. But in one way it's logical, the question is after take on d4, because if black can play bishop to like knight e4, bishop e3, then you have a really good position, I think, for black, because you're threatening to take on f3,
right,
and you're covering up with a bishop and g1. It's probably a very good, and queen f8, rook f4, queen f8, and so on. So so he took on d4, but now I was not sure about, because now you actually have this bishop f6 diagonal, but he took on d2 and took on f3. And when it is this type of position with only rooks and queens on the board, it's the ones going for checkmate who is normally in the better position.
But I think he's still going for checkmate.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So in this position, the question is, do white needs to have some kind of compensation attack? So rook g1, for example, and then rook g6 would be my choice. And what is the situation then?
Rook g1?
Yeah.
So maybe should we play like queen f8 or something?
Yes, and then rook, and then, okay.
And then rook g2,
yeah, that
maybe?
was, but then queen f5 is actually very annoying. Queen f5.
Yeah, sorry. Queen f5. Can we play here?
Yeah, and then maybe by just g6. Something like that.
Yeah, I think black is for choice here, because this pawn on a3 is extremely irritating in all endings.
Exactly.
Queen endings, rook endings.
Even threatens to play rook take b3 here, maybe. That's a point,
Yeah, it could be.
Anyway, okay. So probably black is better in this position.
Probably, yeah. No, but I mean with this pawn.
And the quite king. Yeah.
And white does not really have any attack on the.
And of course, and in that sense, of course, black should keep the queens on the board.
Yes.
Because in the rook endgame, it's something absolutely different,
Yeah. Because then suddenly the d5 pawn can be very strong with c5 and things
so
like that.
Exactly.
And this might even be a weakness in some cases.
Yeah.
And it's not so easy really to do.
So the queen on f8.
Yeah.
And,
so the question is if maybe we have something better here for white. I mean, can you play something like this?
Then queen f8 for sure.
Sure. And then I'm thinking maybe something like this.
Check.
You can check. And then probably can I go into the corner?
Yeah, you can, but you get a little bit dangerous now.
But I thought maybe now you have a check.
Yeah, that's right.
You have a check here.
Queen d2.
Yeah, maybe queen d2.
Rook c3 and king b.
Rook c3. What? Yeah, okay, yeah, you can do that, but then
I don't know.
I don't know. This is very tricky, right?
It's very tricky, for sure.
Okay, we have a question. Okay, let's see.
Do you think Falcao has the potential to become Sweden's next GM? Been watching him play for a while now, and he seems to have a very good positional understanding.
Yes, I would say.
The question when you say next is that we have also other candidates.
Yes.
Like, for
Sure.
instance, we have
Jungmin Seo,
Edwin
Trost.
Edwin Trost. We have a number of players that are that I think some of them have some GM norm maybe.
But what I know is the crucial thing also for Axel
Mm-hmm.
is the question: will you take the chance to do the hard work
Yes,
it's needed? Because Axel, of course, just like the other guys, they are normally quite good at school.
Yeah.
So the question is it worth it to go
Yeah.
for a grandmaster title?
But
Or should
the
he go to
question
university?
the question was,
But-
does he have the potential? And then I would say yes.
Exactly.
Because if there's only question, well, will he be the next? I would say that's not likely, because I think there will be someone else before him. Because has he the potential to be the next Swedish GM?
Yeah.
I don't.
That I totally agree on.
Then Trost and the other guys would have to quit just more or less.
Yeah.
Don't you think? Trost is, I mean, he's very strong.
Yeah, no, for Trost is a little bit the same. He needs to have the chance to
Right.
actually go for it, you know.
Yeah.
So, without saying too much, I can tell you I will actually have a talk to Edwin later this tournament
Mm-hmm.
to discuss what can be done to support him, you know,
Yeah,
from
sure.
Stockholm Chess Federation's point of view and so on.
Yeah.
Because you need to have support
Right.
if you to take a year off
Yeah.
and go for chess, for example, you know. So
I don't know who is the closest to become a GM. There are Jungmin Seo. He has
I think he has two. Or
two
something.
GM norms. Yeah.
I think he has got two.
Yeah.
But and so in that sense, he's closest.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you know, he
Yeah.
has been trying for a while, and his elo is going down. So we'll
Yeah.
see. But Jungmin Seo is the best choice if you have.
I think Jungmin Seo and Edwin Trost are the closest right now. But Axel definitely has the potential. He could be maybe, but he needs some help from the others.
From us.
From
Okay. No, not from us.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say so. But okay.
What? King A1, Queen C2 maybe. Yeah. The question is in what position?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but let's put it this way: it is a hard task for White because Black has got these tricks against the White King,
Yeah.
and there is a lot of calculation needed to be done.
Mhm.
And this is typical what we miss in our commentary because we do not have any computer support.
No.
We
We are just as alone as the players are,
Exactly.
but they are more into the position. We jump from position to position.
Yes.
But I think the main idea here is just to point out the problems and what are the players thinking. We cannot solve this.
No.
The players will have to solve it, the details. But
Yes.
it is very obvious to me that Axel has played excellently here, and his preparation has worked miracles. And this night D4 idea was excellent, and everything has gone his way.
Yeah.
And I think he has great potential to win this game.
Yes, I agree.
And with that, I think we're going to take a break.
But first, one question, and then we move on.
Okay.
Aha. Okay. There was a. Let's see now. There was a. I will put it up. Yeah. So Rook F2, and then there was Queen F8.
Nice. Okay.
And this. And then it was Queen F5 check.
King A.
And then there was King A1, and now this move. Yeah.
But take on F3.
Yeah. There's a problem with this. You can take the queen actually protects
White is
B2.
winning.
Yeah.
So to the
Yeah. He wrote, but it doesn't work. The white, but this type of, even though this didn't work, this is the type of things that could work. Yeah, this is the typical tricks that might end the game.
Yeah.
So we'll just see which trick it will be in the end.
Yeah. And what is logical is of course also to bring in the other rook before you go for this. You should bring in the rook on A8. And
but thanks for the comments. And now we need a little break.
Yes.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back from Rilton Cup, the third round. And Jesper, we had this position and we had some long analysis. We didn't know if black was going to take or not. It was we weren't sure, but he actually did.
And you said that now we will get the answer.
Now we'll get the answer.
So that's
and now,
so nice to get.
Yeah, now we get the answer because he took. And it followed our analysis to a point. G3, Queen H3, Knight takes E4. And here, I think you said Knight D6, but he played Knight F6. I think the result is.
But I think I must say that. What about this take on F7 stuff and this one?
Well, but it wasn't so good, was it?
No, but not in. It was. Okay, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think we don't go into that again.
No, we go again. Okay,
we've seen that.
It was more like you said that we will get the answer, but we
I think
another answer.
I think the answer was that it wasn't good, right?
Okay.
So instead we had this. So
an ending.
Yes, we get an ending, and black
is a pawn up.
Is pawn up, but it's not clear. So let's see what happened. So there was castling. Bishop E3.
I'm sorry, but I think it's clear that it's black who is better, at least.
Yeah. But I mean, what I mean is, it's not clear that black is winning.
No. Okay.
I think in the other line there was a risk that white would just lose because he had the king in the center, and it was just.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
I see.
But white managed to. He has some slight compensation for the pawn, right, with the bishop pair, and a decent position, I would say. Okay. So we got this.
No, but yeah. Bishop F. Yeah, okay. Yeah, go for this. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So, and now, of course, black is better.
C6.
But white has opposite colored bishops, so he has some slight hope. But I think this is pretty good for black.
And here it's of course very important for black to keep one pair of rooks, because then you will, simply have good chances. But if you swap off the rooks, it's most likely a draw.
So I think the answer that we was asking was, is this good for black? And I think the answer
is yes.
The answer is yes, but white has some maybe chances to fight for a draw here. For instance, if he manages to exchange rooks here, I think the drawing chances are quite good. It's not a forced draw, but it's good chances.
But what about rook d8 and rook d4?
Yes, of course.
And then put the bishop on e7 and play f5 or something like that.
Yeah, of course. There are lots of problems.
It will not be easy to
black
defend.
is better, and I would be willing to bet quite a lot.
I would say that
on the fact that I think white will lose this game.
I say it is 25% chance that it's a draw and 75% that black is winning. That's
I think it's a one position for white. That's 100%. No, for black.
For black, yeah, of course.
But in practice, there is always some chances. But okay, let's go to the next game, and this is actually a game that has been already concluded. So we're just going to go back and see what happened here.
It was this. Okay, bishop take g5 was something like that. Okay, let's go on. Yeah.
So we had this position, and he played bishop f1, which was one of the
best was bishop take e4. Probably this.
Yeah, here we can actually see it's been commented, annotated here, and we can see that bishop takes e4. And there's some long lines, but we don't go into that.
Okay.
Bishop f1 was played in the game, which is actually a mistake, and now black had a nice move here, knight e3. The idea is, of course, that you
beautiful move.
You force white to take because you're forking the queen and the rook, so he has to take. And now knight b6.
And you cannot cover up the d1, so he needs to go for this line.
And now of course, the position is completely lost. There is not even a chance. So in the game, this happened, and here it was all over.
Because knight d2 is
because this comes and you don't even take the rook, you take the knight, and it's checkmate. So very nice game by Tom.
I must say, I think he simply outplayed his opponent in this game.
Yeah.
So very well played.
Yeah.
Good game.
So then we go to the next one. This was a game that's interesting because it's the lower rated player who is actually having the advantage, I think.
Yes, or at least
So-
he had.
At least he had, yeah. So we saw this position, I think.
Mhm.
And then White tried
Yes,
c5.
I thought about this move,
Yeah,
but I was not sure about it.
yeah. But I think the reason he does that is because if Black
Can
gets
play c5.
if Black gets to play this move, and then he has control over all these squares, and then
Mhm.
maybe he can start putting rooks over to the queen, the king side, and then suddenly there, yeah, he can attack something. I don't know. Anyway, c5 was played to create
and he,
some.
and he played d5. Is this correct?
Do you want to take it
Yes.
like this, or with the?
Maybe with the I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you. What do you do here?
That's,
Rook c1 maybe.
and then rook d8, rook f d8.
Rook f d8. Mm-hmm.
I don't like rook c8. But on the other hand, my idea was that if you play queen to c2, you play knight d4. So I don't
Yeah,
understand.
that-
Why not take it?
Well, I think I understand it because he doesn't want to give his opponent, things to attack.
I know that, but it's actually it's a weak pawn on d3. So
Maybe you can do something else here.
mhm.
Let's say you go here.
I take on d3.
Yeah. We take this. Maybe you go back,
Or take
but then you have rook d1.
rook. Maybe okay. Queen.
You
No,
can take-
I can make queen d6. I can play
Yeah.
pawn up.
Yeah, you have a pawn up. Yeah, you could do that. No, I'm not saying it's not playable. It's playable.
But I mean, I think it's better than the game. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you have to. You also have to look at the times.
Yep.
And Black is down a lot. He has only 7 minutes
Mm.
in this at this point,
Mm.
and his opponent Seman has 30 minutes
Mm.
and a higher rating.
Hmm.
So he does not dare to play takes.
Mm.
He wants to keep his position
Mm.
optically nice.
Mm.
But I agree with you. This might be good. I think
Mm.
when Seman plays c5, he knows that it's maybe not so good, but he just wants to
create problems.
create problems, make it
Yeah.
difficult for his
Mhm.
opponent,
Mhm.
and hopefully he can,
Mm.
survive.
Mm.
Because,
Okay.
because he's worse.
Let's see what's happening.
Yeah. So in the game there was this was not the game.
Mhm.
D5 was played,
Mhm.
and then we had Queen
Mhm.
C2.
Mhm.
I mean, Black is still better, right?
You,
I would say.
yes, I would say so. Yes.
Knight F4 was played. Rook A B1.
Mhm.
Rook A7.
But I don't really understand what White is doing now. The Black is doing, because why the Rook A7 also strange move.
Well, but he has no time. He has 1 minute left.
Yeah, I know, but I know of course
Yeah.
that's the reason.
Yeah.
But it seems like the last moves, instead of taking a c5, it's like White is now, at least.
Yeah, but
okay.
First your opponent makes something maybe a bit surprising. You have no time.
Mhm.
You react with a natural move, and suddenly you have given your opponent some counterplay,
Mhm.
and then you try to defend. I mean, I've
Can
seen
you-
this so many times.
Can you play Rook b6 here?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
What about Rook b6?
Yeah,
Maybe
but-
White is winning.
No, I don't think it's winning. Do you really think this is winning? It's an interesting move, but I doubt it's winning. You could take it and play Rook A8. I mean, it's
Yeah. And then I even take on c6 with the queen.
yes. This is playable. Then I can take play Rook C8 or something like that.
Take on e5.
Yeah, it's a very unclear position. Maybe White is good. I don't know. Maybe you can protect this guy, but then you have Rook B1.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Rook B6 is a good move here.
Yep.
It's not clear though. I wouldn't be so certain.
But I mean, if I were white, and your opponent has got 1 minute left, it's a perfect move, I think,
Yeah, we'll see what happened in the game.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think the dynamics with the time. If you have lots of time, but if we have 29 minutes against 1 minute,
that's a lot of time.
Then
you don't, then rook b6 is a perfect move.
Of course, but he thinks for 10 minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he plays knight e2, and he's a strong player. So if this was really a good move, I don't think he would have not played it, so to speak. I mean, you could just go back with the knight and protect c6.
Then rook b1.
Yeah, and then you have to play some rook move somewhere.
Your rook b7 is threatening.
Yeah, but you can play maybe rook to c8 and put the rook on c7. I don't know.
Anyway, to me it looks like a very good. I think it looks like a good solution, but.
Well,
okay.
I would say it's a move. It's a move, and I think black can play knight e7 and rook c8. I don't see a win coming immediately. Instead, he plays knight e2, and he wants to exchange this knight. I mean, he has a very, very, very bad knight, and now he takes the chance to do this.
Okay.
It's a very logical move, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b6 is very tricky and in time pressure and so on, but knight e2 and
The move is
queen c7.
That's a good move.
Yeah, and then there was take.
Must have missed this move. Yeah.
Take.
Because now he gets rid of this idea.
Right.
So I think he simply missed
Yeah.
that move.
More,
c7.
but I think that's typical. I mean, when this is, very, very tense situation,
Mm-hmm.
and it's very natural to make this type of mistake, I think.
Okay.
But I don't know. Rook b6, I like it. It's an interesting move, but it doesn't win the game because you can play this move. Okay, you can move this here, but I mean.
Or you can play knight e2 in this situation.
Yes, of course.
That would have been much better.
Yeah, but once you go here, this goes back here, and we're sort of back to where.
No, rook.
Yeah, you can play this move. Okay,
Mm.
let's say we take it.
Yeah.
You go here, and I play this.
On rook b6.
Yeah. And then we go back here.
But now there is no doubt that it's white who are, in the driver's seat here,
Yeah, but it's
because
also clear.
because if you look at the game, what's happening, and with so little time to put pressure on your opponent, that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
So
But
okay.
but you have to think about it as a practical game.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Between
That's-
two nervous persons.
Yeah. But still, you have.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
When I have
But-
this type of position, so much better time. I want to put pressure on my opponent to find difficult moves. And after
Yeah.
rook b6, it's a difficult situation.
Yeah, but I think the dynamic here is that white tries to utilize the lack of time. I mean, he does it probably maybe in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So let's see what
Okay.
happened.
Yep.
Queen c7
Mm-hmm.
is a good move. Of course, white could retreat here if he wants to, but he doesn't do that. He takes,
Mm-hmm.
d2. Yeah, it's not so stupid. I think black's position has deteriorated quite a lot right now.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't white better here?
Queen e7 was played.
Yeah, he played
That's a
queen
logical
c7.
move.
Yeah, and then there was a take here. And there was f4
And queen e4.
take
Is this
c6.
was that correct to take that?
Yeah, who knows? Rook d8. But now I think it's white who is in the driver's seat, isn't it?
What about simply play c7 here?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then you have to move the rook back.
Yeah, because if you play rook d7,
Yeah,
rook b8, take on c7, you have rook take c8.
I don't know.
check.
Here maybe,
Mhm.
and then maybe you move the knight up.
Yeah. Or rook b.
Rook b8. Yeah, white is better here.
Yeah.
But it's not clear. It's still a game. It's not clear. Probably better.
Yes, white is better.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we have this game.
Yeah. the youngsters.
Yeah. And here we have a situation. We said that, or I said that after, let's see now, let's go back here. Bishop e5, let's see now, d takes,
Take.
and then this bishop
That
h4,
was a nice trick.
a5, rook takes, and I said that this is probably winning for black, but I was a bit hasty there because I think it's not quite as
A5
easy.
was a good move, I think.
Yeah.
Because now he gets at least some kind of contact.
Yeah, he
play.
gets the a file, and this turns out
Mhm.
to be a valuable asset. And we get these exchanges, rook e6.
I'm not
king
sure
f1.
this was correct actually to
No.
make this exchange, but okay.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
But
We cannot go into every little.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But I
It's
think. Do you mean from black or for
for
white?
black side.
For black, maybe not. But I think in this position, what do you think? Is it 50% black win and 50% draw?
Mhm. Something like that. Something like that. But the question is if black can make any progress, because white has got this very simple idea to go b2, threatening to place the knight to c4, and if you look at what's happening, it's actually.
Let's see what happens because they have played so many game moves. We have to check.
Mm.
So h5,
Mm.
knight b2, rook f6,
Mm.
knight
Because
e3,
he doesn't want to play
rook e6.
f3. He doesn't want to play f3.
Yeah.
That's a bit interesting, actually.
And now knight b2, rook f6, knight e3. So we have a draw invitation here from
But now comes an interesting move.
the white. Yeah, king h7,
Mm-hmm.
king e3, rook e6, knight b2, rook d6. Obviously, black does not know how to win this position. So
But now
what?
knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4. I guess is it rook d4 or what?
Yes,
Probably. Yeah.
Yes. And
But
f3.
f3.
What's now?
Is it bishop g5?
Then rook take b6.
Yeah, that's problematic. What do
So
you do?
maybe white is better even.
Well, okay, so you maybe
b5.
b5 here, yeah,
Take
and then
on.
you take, and now you play bishop b5. And on knight d3 we have c4. Maybe we have some play.
But what about take on f7?
Yeah, that's the problem. Take this.
Rook d2. King e1, bishop e3 maybe.
Yeah, something like this.
But now e5. It's at least, I would be a little bit worried at least.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe black is better here. But this is not. This is suddenly
This is very dangerous.
in open game.
Yeah, very open game.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows what's going to happen here.
Mm.
Okay, so clearly this position is not as easy as it seemed to be. So let's take the next game and we will see later on what the answer to this one is. And here we have Hedman playing white against this Selig. But it seems that black has won the game.
Mm-hmm. But let's see what happened, because it seems a little bit like our variation, but somehow.
No, black has lost the game on time.
What?
Well, he has 0.
Okay, let's see.
They haven't stopped the clock. They just left.
Okay.
Maybe it's a maybe it's a draw because it's a repetition. It might be. Let's see. Let's go back and
Mhm.
see the position. So let's see what happened. So
But we cannot see the full screen yet.
yeah, here. So let's go forward. We had this rook a4 and everything happened here. Yeah.
Mhm.
So here we get this bishop d4
Yeah.
and queen c4,
Mm-hmm. But I remember
bishop
this.
c6 and rook e1,
Mm-hmm.
bishop
I
d1.
think
check.
I suggested queen takes c6. But
Yeah,
okay.
they took a draw here, probably.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Because now there is no real chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or is there? Because you threaten on f7 also. It's
Yeah, but I mean, I think the key is queen f1, and then queen h1. if there is anything in that position. That must be that is something we need to check. Yeah. And Queen H1.
Do you just go here? What's
Yeah, H5 or something like that. Is that possible?
no?
And G5.
You are losing now.
I'm losing. Okay. How am I losing?
Maybe not.
I will play Rook E5.
But yeah, Queen takes E5. Yeah, you play. Let's see now. You play. Yeah, that's correct. And then what's happening? But King H6, is it mate?
I don't know. Oh, interesting. Rook E6 check.
And then we have to.
Go back.
And then it's a draw. But it's not a draw now. Yeah, then of course you have to go to H6. Yeah, it's a draw. It's an interesting draw.
I'm gonna check on C1. Is it possible? No.
Well, F4.
F4.
Okay, so let's go back. So
Let's
we
see.
had this
let's
position.
Let's see. Let's go for this line again.
Queen F1.
Mhm.
Only move here. Maybe we have something better here.
Mhm. Is it King F4?
But then G5.
King.
No, that doesn't work. Then you, I think, or does it work?
King.
Maybe.
King.
Let's see.
Yeah. That's my idea. Is this one?
And then here.
Yes. Take. And
Take
then
it.
G4.
Yeah.
That was my idea.
Yeah, that's an idea.
And suddenly, what has Black done?
The fact that they have quit in this position means that there was a draw offer.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So there, it was this, and he goes here because you cannot do this.
Take on F2.
But you take here, and it's just. And then now Black will most likely win the game, right?
Absolutely.
So that's not possible.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah. Most likely a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go to
Our favorite.
Falkeval here, and we have to go back quite a bit here to see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So we had these exchanges.
I must say, Bishop take D2 is not. I'm not totally clear about this one because maybe you could play something else.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I agree, and I think we talked about it.
Rook F4 or Queen F8 or something.
Yeah,
like
and
that,
just keep the bishop because it's such a super bishop.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Axel wanted to clarify the situation, and he wanted to sort of confirm his advantage.
Yep.
And he saw some ghosts with play on the G file and so
even
on.
B5 in this position.
Yeah. Of course, many moves. But bishop takes, takes, rook takes. Now he played rook E1 here.
That might have been good.
Queen F8, rook G2, rook G2, yeah. G6, rook E2, yeah. So he keeps the position very well. Because he has this counter idea to play at some point rook E7, right?
And Queen F5, you can probably play Queen E4.
Yeah, but maybe he should he play the rook ending?
No, but I'm not sure.
D6 is so weak.
Yeah.
Maybe this position is not quite as strong.
No,
as
that's why I said that maybe it was mistake to get rid of.
Yeah, but it's difficult to see.
It is difficult. Of course.
But he played rook F1.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think his opponent played very well. He played king c2, and there was this exchange, and then rook e8, and again he exchanged, and now came b4, and this is the key move. Because suddenly this pawn is not an asset anymore. Because let's say you go for this check,
king c3,
then king c3, and now suddenly what is Black doing? Nothing, because suddenly you threaten to,
Yeah.
You
Okay. So maybe White is even better in this position. I believe so.
I thought that
Was this the game?
Yeah, this was the game.
Okay. This was correct actually.
Yeah.
But now you need to do something. Now Axel needs to play well here, I think.
So this this might also have been a draw here. It's possible, right?
We have a beautiful, after queen b6 instead, after queen d8, queen b6, queen a8,
Yeah.
and there will be a draw with queen e8 and queen a8.
Yes. We can just look at that. So
Because at least
here we have this, and now black can
force.
seal the deal by just going back and forth. So after queen d7, yeah, I would suspect it will be a draw. The problem is if black says, "Oh, I'm going to win this game," then white comes here.
No, I think he will give it. I will give a check, but the question is if black is going back with a king to b3.
Yeah, but then you can check on h3.
Yeah, and queen c3, is that possible?
So let's say queen d7
Mm-hmm.
here. Let's say you go here.
Yes, queen c3.
Yeah, but now you can do something good. Maybe here. Then now you can start walking.
a4.
Yeah, but that's very slow, isn't it?
I don't know. No, well,
What happens? Now this is dangerous.
queen g3. Well, it will be probably a perpetual.
Now we can always just check here.
It will be a draw, I think,
Yeah.
by force. Okay, so most likely a draw.
Yeah.
Interesting game, really interesting game.
Here we can also play this move to force a draw because we have a draw here with the queen. Okay, so very nice. So let's go back because
Yes,
things are
please.
happening fast.
Yes.
And I said that it will be a draw if they or good chances for a draw
Mhm.
if they exchange rooks.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back so we get back to where we were.
Mm-hmm.
We were here somewhere like this, right?
Mhm.
We had these exchanges.
So far it looks good.
Yeah. Rook d1.
What about?
This looks like a very dangerous move to play, right?
Yeah.
But there is bishop c4 check. That's the saving grace here. So if you play e4 to win, you actually lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a losing game.
I think that this will not happen.
No.
So,
King f8 happen.
but now he could play. I missed this trick. That was a nice trick, actually.
Mhm.
Okay. And now what happened?
He went here.
Okay.
King c2.
Yeah.
Bishop d8. Bishop c4. He's playing well here, white.
Defending well.
Yeah,
And
defending
now
very
it took
well.
him, but a5. Okay. a5 on the chance to go for.
Yeah, he plays a5.
Mm.
I mean, the game is not over.
No, because
No, I mean, black has still lots of chances here.
yes, because the king is stuck to the c5 pawn, no?
Yeah, you have to put the king on c4 and then you have to defend the king side with the bishop and the pawns, and black has different options here, so I wouldn't be surprised if black wins.
Also, just this idea to play bishop f2,
Yeah.
bishop g1, and then go back, and then you have the holes, so the
Yeah,
black king.
and then the king can come in, and yeah, this might actually be might actually be lost for white.
Mm.
Okay, great. So, and then we go back to this game. This was
Yeah, what happened?
there was this exchange.
Mm.
I didn't play c7 here. He played
But
rook-
maybe this is even better, maybe.
maybe, yeah. Rook
Mhm.
b7, rook
Mhm.
d2, knight c3,
Hmm?
rook e8, rook d7, rook d8.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit strange, this game. I think they play some strange moves.
Yeah.
When I think I understand what is happening, suddenly, I think white played some strange moves here.
Yeah. I think both players misplayed it.
Yep, for sure.
A little bit.
Because I'm not sure that white is better now.
No, I agree. It's not clear. But he still has the C pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't have to exchange a rook. Maybe he shouldn't. Well, he played this move.
Mm-hmm. Knight take must be the end move.
Knight takes probably, yeah. Well, white is probably still better.
True.
Yeah, it should be better.
Actually, it was maybe okay. So, rook e8
Maybe knight e3.
or c7.
Also c7 is possible.
Yeah, white is clearly better.
Because knight e3 and g4. For
Yeah,
example,
this
is
looks
just-
very good. This looks
Mm.
good. So let's say.
So it was a good move.
Here-
One was a strong move.
Yeah, this was very strong. I don't know. Knight e3 looks good. Maybe
I think
this.
yeah.
But maybe this.
Well, maybe I take it. Maybe.
Oh, you can take it. But what happens? Let's see. Take, check.
Yeah.
I guess here.
Take.
Take, and then we put the rook behind.
Mm-hmm. How is this position?
Probably it's good for white.
Yep.
You can walk the king.
Yeah, walk the king.
Walk the
And you
king.
have the extra pawn on.
Yeah, so
Okay,
it should
so this
be
is
winning.
must be winning.
Yeah, this must be winning. So rook e8, c7 is probably very good. So
Mhm.
e3 is not possible. What can you do?
Knight b.
Maybe king f8.
Mm-hmm. Knight e3.
Knight e3. Yeah, it's a nasty position. What can you do?
Knight b6 maybe. I had one idea to play a5 instead of knight e3.
Yeah.
But maybe you just play
But-
e3 then.
But is this so good? What's it doing? Yeah, maybe if now you get king to e7. Maybe is that the
Mhm,
idea?
mhm.
So let's say I play.
What about
What about this move?
you take on a4?
Take on a4.
Maybe take on a6 simply, and then take on g6.
Or maybe even play a move like this,
Yeah, maybe.
and then play rook d8.
Yeah, I guess it's okay.
Should be winning.
Should be winning.
So it looks very good. So let's go
Yeah.
back to this
Mhm.
this game.
What has happened?
It looks like a draw.
It looks like white has overstepped the time,
But
which could be that he's thinking maybe,
yeah, I guess so.
or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see the next game.
Mhm.
This was a draw, I think. We
Mhm.
came to that conclusion. And then we have this game. Yeah, they are continuing to check. Well, is he going to go to b6 here?
Yeah,
now?
that's right. It's not so easy anymore. But what about queen ace?
a8.
Then he will play queen b6.
Yeah. But then we
No,
play-
not queen b6. King b6.
Yeah, king b6. Yeah. This is difficult position.
What about queen a6, king c7, and b5? Oh,
Can-
you take.
Can we just play this?
No, because I thought that there was. I thought I had.
That's true.
I thought I had something smart, but
Okay, white is clearly better, or winning. So that was not a good move. Let's go back. So what about king? Well, let's take the position. So black now needs to defend well. Or should he start running h5? Maybe simply h5 here.
Yeah, probably. You have to do that.
You have to do something here, yeah.
And let's say white goes with the pawn.
Yeah, maybe even h4. Yeah, there is a comment.
You just got raided by Anna Kramling. a distinct honor and you don't even notice. Yikes! We don't see it. That's
What
the
was
problem.
What was it?
We were raided by Anna Kramling.
Mhm.
It's very nice, but I can tell the audience we don't see that here. I don't see it at least.
Mhm.
But thank you, Anna. We talked about it in the elevator before the round, and she said she was going to raid us. So
Mhm.
that was very nice, and I thanked her already then. So it's not that we don't know about this. Okay, so yeah, H5 he played.
Yeah. Now the question is, do White have any way to proceed in this position? Because A4 looks quite slow, I think, It's a bit strange also to put the, I guess, huh?
Yeah. But shouldn't you play C5 here? Isn't that good?
Okay, and then H4.
And now we play a good move.
Okay, very good. Please show me.
Maybe Queen G4 or Queen E4 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Queen King G7.
And now we put the Queen here somewhere.
Okay.
Idea to take on D6 and just push through.
Mm-hmm. And can you play Queen F6?
Well, we can take and play C6 maybe. Oh, maybe that's not good enough. Or maybe it is.
I don't know. Okay, anyway, White, it's close to winning maybe, yeah.
Maybe
Take
we
on
can
D6,
see.
yeah, maybe.
Very complex position. Anyway, C5 was played
Mm-hmm.
in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very tense position here. Should we go from the beginning again?
Yes,
Because
please. Please do that.
the games are so H5 was played here
Mm-hmm.
after King C4.
Mm-hmm.
So
The idea is, of course, to, because when
yeah,
you...
now we have this bishop maneuver here,
Mm-hmm.
attacking here. So we can just
Or-
let's make some moves and see what happens. So White has to make a move here.
Or even put the king on G5 first.
Yes. This is just a general plan.
Mm.
Let's say we make
I think you play actually king G5 and then you play H4.
yeah, probably. Let's say we just wait.
H4?
You don't want to go in and
No, I don't think you need that actually.
no, but we can do it anyway. I mean, we have all the time in the world,
Uh-huh.
so why not? What's the problem? Because this might be very easy winning.
Mm.
So let's say we just wait.
Mm-hmm.
And here, well, you can play H4, but then these pawns are falling, right?
So H3.
So you have to play H3, and now we go here again, and you have to.
Yeah, play this one, yeah.
And now I think maybe we can just.
This is what I meant. I think this was a little bit unnecessary. I think the other idea was stronger,
Maybe. Well, yeah, it might be holdable. I don't know. It's not clear. But you want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
H5. Okay, we did this.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play here, and then you want to play H4
That's right.
immediately. Because now, if we go here, you can play H3, right? And you
Yes.
have bishop.
Yes.
Have this move.
Yes.
I guess.
At
Yes.
least that was my plan.
Yeah, that looks like a good plan. So
And
bishop
also,
E1, H5. So the question is, do we have any counter to this?
Time. Okay.
Well, we cannot. Well, we could put the bishop here instead. Is that better? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Here. Does it make any difference? Maybe not. No, this must be winning for black.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. Yeah.
No. It looks well. It looks winning at least.
Mm.
Let's jump to the next game. So
Yes.
yeah, so we have this position and it looks very bad for black.
Mm.
It's just sort of a sad result for black because he
Yes.
had such a great position
Yes.
and he had all these possibilities, but then there was this situation here with c5
Mm.
and he played d5, which might not be bad, but it was not perhaps the best
No, but also
option.
yeah.
So after c5, probably taking this was probably better.
On black, I think black is better in this position for sure.
Yeah, he must be better, I think.
Mm.
Even though it's still a game,
Mm.
but the point is you start a new attack on d3,
Mm.
so you get this.
I know. It's not so easy to take the pawn back on
No,
c5.
no.
So
You, you could try, to get your rook to d1 or something like
Mhm.
that. I don't know. But and this knight here is very bad. So yeah, it looks very good. So in the game we have this position. I don't see any defense here. I mean, white has very simple moves. Like he could play maybe
A5.
a5, and then maybe at some point he could, he could also play. If he plays c7, what do? You have rook e7 maybe. Maybe it's not that easy. Maybe you have to play.
But
Maybe you can go back with the king.
yeah, also or g4 was my idea. Also.
G4 also
Just
possible.
to-
Yeah,
Maybe.
but let's say
Let's say c7
let's
is.
you put the king here somewhere, and then
But c7 must be a strong move, and then knight d5.
you want to do that immediately. C7.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, because knight b6, then you can probably play
Rook d8 even.
Rook d8.
And if you take on a4, maybe knight to.
Yeah, because you have knight d5 always.
Exactly.
So let's just show that. So
Mm-hmm.
here probably you can go here because this move would be great if it. But you cannot do that. You take it. No, then there's a queen. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you take it.
Exactly.
Well, how is this position? You get the new queen.
No,
you
take on e8.
Yeah, you take on e8 and it wins. So this is immediately winning.
Mhm.
Yeah, this looks horrible. This is not good. This is
Okay.
should be winning.
Should be winning.
But he played king g1, which is also good. I mean, he's just getting the king, and then he can start.
What
with
about knight b6?
knight b6? But then we can attack the knight, I think, if we want to.
Take on a4.
No,
c7.
maybe c7. Yeah,
It's
what
maybe
you do.
forced win actually.
Yeah, it's win. And then you play rook b8. And now the knight cannot get back to b6. So yeah,
That's
this
right.
is easy winning.
Mhm.
This wins. And if the king comes up, you just take a queen. Check.
Yeah, that's not the
And
best.
winning.
Not the best.
So king g1 was good. Okay, let's take the next game.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to be a draw. I think
Mhm.
they have taken a draw. This must have been a draw. And this,
This is interesting. I saw this actually. This game. Kaido is playing for a win.
so what do you think?
You want to take the h6 pawn and then take the f5 pawn. So the question is if it's enough to win.
If you manage to take the h6 and get the pawn, the
Mhm.
white pawn to h6,
Mhm.
then you can mate. With rook to g7.
Well, let's take on b2 for example. Let's be concrete. Okay.
Yeah.
And take on h6, king g8, take on f5, or
No, I want to play this move.
But then isn't it a draw with
Maybe-
rook e1 and rook e2?
Maybe this is a draw. Yeah, you can check here, but then the king goes here. But now we play this. Now you have to stop the h pawn because if I get it to h6, it's very
Mhm.
dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can go back, of course. No, this is not simple. This is not simple. I don't think it's a win for white. I think this should be a draw somehow. That's my
That's the
feeling.
question.
Yeah, I think it's a draw. I mean, black might even be better. He has a pawn more.
No, it's not better.
No, it's a draw. But I mean, if you try just to play the position and not take the draw, maybe it's
maybe white wants to play h5.
to do what?
You know, your plan, but to make it a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe.
But it's black's move. Let's say he takes.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play h5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you don't threaten mate here. I can. Or maybe you can mate on g8 and g7. That's the idea. Yeah. Okay. But you don't threaten mate now. That's the trick. So let's say I walk here.
Okay, take, and then rook ace h7. Now it looks like. Yep. Okay, check.
Do you want to check with this one first?
No,
No, you don't want to.
I want to check with the other.
Well, then I have to go.
And now king h3.
Maybe I can play rook here.
Maybe, actually.
It's a tricky
position.
tricky
yeah.
position. He played rook takes b2,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll see.
That's right.
I mean, white can never lose, as we have said already. It's a easy draw for white if he wants it. So, I mean, he could go for take.
Maybe take on a6 actually.
Yeah, take on h6, take on h6, and you can try some things. So, okay. So
Interesting.
we will jump back to the first game
Yes,
again,
please.
just to see. Bishop c2 has been played, and he's still thinking. Yeah, he's thinking, should he play bishop f2 to g1, which was maybe not so good because h3 and g4 was actually really probably winning for black somehow, but that's actually something. So king g5 is probably better than h4. Something like that. It's still not 100% clear, but okay. So then we have this guy. What happened here? King g1, h5, a5, rook e6, rook d8, rook e8, c7. Yeah.
And now it is difficult.
Yeah, the plan, as I understand it, is just to play the knight here
Mm-hmm.
and then play the knight there.
Yep.
And the pawn is not dangerous because the king can always go here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really see what to do here. King f7 was played, but what about knight d5? What do you do after this move?
Or king f1 first if you want to be. King f1 could also be done.
Yeah, but e3 king f1. I mean, there's no need to do it. I mean, this
No, it's easily winning
this
for white.
it threatens to. Yeah,
But-
so this is winning. Okay.
Mhm. And we believe we
This
have
wa-
two draws
This
here.
we think this was a draw, and we think this was a draw. We don't know, but we think.
Mhm.
And then we have this game. Okay, so we had h5,
Mhm.
we had c5,
Mhm.
takes and takes,
Mhm.
which is logical, I think.
Mhm.
So what do we think about this?
h4.
Okay, let's try it out.
Maybe it is queen. Yeah, no.
Queen e4 maybe.
Maybe queen e4. Maybe king g7.
So we go here. King g7.
Is it queen e6 then h3?
We could give a check here.
Mm. That's maybe, yeah.
Because I want to control b8.
Mm.
So I don't know. You cannot play queen f6. There is always c6 winning. So
Why is it winning?
isn't this winning?
I take
And we take.
and I play h3.
You mean you're going
Do
to
you mean
survive?
that? How are you going to win this?
Well, I was checking an h8. No, it doesn't work. Okay, so
it's still.
so it's not clear. But king g7, queen a5. I think there is a better move in this position. Maybe we should do queen c7 or something
Mhm.
like that. Much more nasty.
And queen f7
Yeah, but now it's a win.
and h3. And it will be a nice mate after h2. Queen, queen, queen e5, mate on h8. No. Queen h6. Queen h. My idea was, yeah, queen h8, queen h7, and queen f8. That's a nice one, huh? Yep. And then queen f8.
Yes. There is also this move if we want to, but this is much cleaner.
This is clear.
Yeah. Okay.
So Axel has to fight hard.
I think
make
it's looking worse and worse.
Yes.
This position,
Yes.
and I think now we can see.
Let's put up after b takes e4. Let's take a look at this
Yeah.
one. Okay.
Maybe h4 is not the right.
No,
move.
it's true. That's what I mean. Should you go with your king towards the
No.
king? No. King f7.
The question is if you can start checking again, but I don't think you can because queen e8, just king b6. You take the pawn and then you go back.
Okay, I have a new idea. What
Yeah.
about queen d7 check
Okay, fine. I will advance the
and
theater.
h4?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because at least then you take away some of the squares, you know.
Mm-hmm. Maybe here.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e4.
And king. Now next move will be c6. Huh?
That's definitely one of the more possibilities. Very tricky. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But if Axel makes a draw here, that's a good result now.
Yes.
So let's go back again.
Mm.
Nothing has happened.
Yes, king g5.
King g5. Yeah.
We like this move.
Yeah, this is a good move. And White does not really have a good answer, right?
But of course,
The question is,
h4. Let's go.
should he play h4?
Yeah, it's black to play. h4.
Yeah. Correct.
So, and now we said what was the
If you play this,
g4. Yeah, that was And then we said h3, but then
Or
bishop f1.
maybe take first, and then this.
Mm.
But then you have bishop e4, so you cannot play. this.
No. Let's go back. No, instead you play h3 here. Yeah,
H3.
that's right.
So we have to. Should we take? I think we should take, right? Or
Take.
and then we threaten the pawn.
King h4.
Yeah. And if
Can you play this? Yeah, can you play this move?
What's it about this?
I think it's winning.
Yeah. So it looks winning. We'll see what happens. H4 has been played.
Mm-hmm.
So we will take. Okay. So, yeah. It was, as we said, knight d5 was played, e3 and king f1
Mm-hmm.
resigns.
Okay.
That was quite an interesting game, but this just proves the stronger player, more time and everything, and you get this type of result.
Mm-hmm.
It's typical.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Seaman didn't play the optimal. He could have played this draw rook b6, would have been
Mhm.
good.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow he managed to, slowly but surely, he took over and then he won. And Black never got his attack going.
Okay.
So we have this. They haven't taken a draw. They are still playing.
So what happened here?
We were going to see that. Knight b2, rook
Mhm.
d6,
Mhm.
knight c4,
Mhm. This
rook
is
d4,
yeah. We spoke about this one.
f3, and now b5. This was the position we looked at.
Mm. A knight take e5, and we were not clear about what will be the result
No,
of this one.
We said this move, and then the question was, we looked at bishop g5. This was the position where we did something like this, and we said this is difficult.
Bishop e3. Yeah.
And the reason was that this pawn is coming.
Mm.
So white has a very strong counterplay here.
Mm.
So maybe we cannot go into this.
That's
So
right.
what can we do here? Can you play something else? Can you play like... is f6 a move?
No, there is another move. It's bishop f6.
Yes, this is also possible.
Because you cannot take... Yeah, you can take maybe. But my idea was to play rook d7.
But then we have this move. What's
Oh,
the
you have
problem?
this? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Now suddenly white is winning, right? More or less. Black has nothing here.
No winning, I don't believe.
Well, but I mean, you're a pawn up. You
No.
threaten this.
You're pawn up. My
Yeah.
God. Okay, go back.
Because we have sacrificed so many pawns
So many
now.
pawns. Okay. Take on. Okay, let's play. There is, of course, you can play f6 as well.
Yeah, this was what I was thinking. What happens after this move? There is knight d3.
Then c4 probably.
Yes,
That's the idea.
c4. We take this guy, and now we make a good move.
Yes. And that is king to e3.
King e3 might be good. Is it good? Take. No, you can. If you take on d4, then you always have rook a1 later on, so you cannot
Mhm.
really do that. Or can you do that? No, you cannot do that. No, if black is doing too many tricks here, he might
Mhm.
lose this
Yeah, I
game.
know that.
This
Yeah.
is suddenly things are
Now it is not so clear actually. Do you remember that I said I think it was 75% chance that black was winning and 25% that it was a draw, but I should have had a little bit of a percentage for white winning, black overplaying the position.
yeah.
So it was a bit of a mistake, yeah.
I was factoring in the rating difference and all these
Yes,
things,
of course.
the titles and things like that. But you shouldn't do that.
No.
And this Patrick here, he has proven already that he is a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, Hedman. This was a draw. We have already decided. Yeah. So let's go back to the first. So here we are following the line.
Mm-hmm.
So now we said h3, right?
Yeah.
If you take on g4, it's not so clear because then this is actually a mistake. Because now we always have this bishop to e4 covering h1. It might still be a win, but now it's much more difficult,
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not. Maybe you can
You
take
exactly.
and you go here, and maybe this is, maybe it's very easy winning.
Mm.
White never gets any. Oh, wait, is it clear what happens with this check here? And you take the long
route.
route. Here, take, here, take.
And black is losing again. We are finding the ways for.
No, but is he losing really? Anyway, very, very tricky. But
this was a very bad.
yeah. Okay. Let's see. So we
Wait. Go back.
Yeah.
I just saw there is another move here. Might be. Can you play e4?
Yes, this is definitely an idea. This was one of the moves I thought perhaps could be, at some point at least, a winning move. And now after g4 it's sort of extra good because you take on g4, right?
So if you take with a pawn,
Yeah, you have to take,
e4,
right?
then
Maybe just take here?
yeah, that.
Or do you want to...
But on the other hand, it's not so clear. Maybe I don't know. Maybe this was stupid.
Maybe now, can we go forward?
Maybe. But h3.
Yeah, but we still have this bishop e4 stuff.
Yeah, I know.
So now we just push.
Okay, I go for it.
Can we play
You
bishop?
can maybe play a7 actually.
And take on g6, you mean?
Maybe. But still, okay. No, it's too much, I think.
Maybe now this. Yeah, this is... but I think black should win.
Yep.
But now maybe we didn't play the best
No, we
moves.
didn't.
Okay, let's see, what time do we have? Yeah. No, we will continue. So...
No, but let's go show it. Let's show it. You know, our real line in this. You know, as a fine. I think we should show what we have said that we should play. You know, it was h3 in this position. Huh?
I think this is the best move, because this pawn on f3 actually works in black's favor.
Yeah.
Because it cuts this diagonal.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to stop the h pawn.
And now, if you play bishop f1. Then you simply take on g4. Huh?
Then I think you can do this.
Yeah.
Take and king takes.
But now if you go for like bishop d3, you play king f4. What's up? Or?
Can't you play like
a
g5?
g5 maybe, yeah. And now bishop e4.
Can't you just...
Yeah, should be. Bishop h1.
Looks very good.
No, I don't, you know. Of course not. King d3.
Now we can play bishop. Finally, we can do bishop f2, g1, and take this, and then we have two connected passports. Yeah,
that's right.
This is easily winning. Winning.
Yep.
No discussion. So let's see this guy again.
You played
f6. Oh yes. Okay. So we had a slightly different. So it was f6. We said that, and c3, rook d8.
Okay.
So now he has to make a choice here. Should he play knight f7 and go to d6? Is that a move, or should
bishop
he play
knight d3?
knight d3?
What is happening after knight d3? Because if you play c4, you take and play knight b2.
And now on bishop g5, maybe you can even play f4 and g3, and you sort of...
Maybe f4 c3 c4.
Yeah, it's true.
So that's not a good choice.
Well, it's not so clear, because you can actually play knight b2 and take on c4. But then white's pawn formation is very... Well, let's have a look at
but
it.
that's what there is much better. You know, you said bishop g5, then I say c4 is a good move.
Yes, this is a better move. I mean, we take. We can try to attack this pawn, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
rook a4.
Rook a4. But how is this position?
You take on c5 in the next move.
But then we check.
Yeah, and I go back down.
Well, this is not so clear. The h pawn. This is what black. This is black's hope to get this. I would say. I don't like that.
Okay.
I did. This was too
No,
passive.
okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
So C4, take.
that's
with
what he's
D4.
hoping for.
I think I
Wait. Rook C, what about rook C6?
Yeah, and then it's a draw.
Yeah, take.
Then we can. But nah,
F4.
this must be a draw. Yeah, this is a draw.
rook C2.
Yeah.
Rook C2.
He played 93. I agree. I think now he has earned the draw more or less.
Yes.
It's very difficult for black to really.
And don't forget, he is only 12 years old. Huh?
Only 12.
2010.
That's 14 years.
Sorry, I'm stupid.
But you're not a
14.
mathematician.
No, that's true. I'm happy for that.
But you were close.
But I think your father was quite a good mathematician.
No, he was
No?
a philosopher.
Was it- philosopher, sorry.
No, no.
He was a philosopher.
He
But
was a
he was quite decent.
In mathematics as well.
Well,
better
no,
than
no,
me, at
no,
least.
I don't know actually. I don't remember. No, he said himself that he was not good enough. He would have liked to study mathematics, but he was not good enough. He said
Probably that's because he's so good, so he understands how bad he is. You know,
something
this-
like that. Yeah, he understood that this is too much. But I can agree with that. Math is so difficult.
Is this
Anyway.
the game? No.
No,
C4 was
no,
played. No, C4 was played. Yeah, this is the game.
This is the game.
yeah, knight b2. They played like this.
But now, isn't the... What is
What's
happening?
that? What's that?
I don't understand this.
Why did he play c4 here? Well, maybe after because but maybe he was afraid of this. But then this is
Yes,
quite
of course.
I don't know. Is there some problem in this line? But now you can
No.
take with the rook. This is not so bad. This would have been
No.
more simple. So what's happening here? Isn't he losing a pawn now? Is there something I don't see? Maybe he can play. What can he do? I don't see it.
What is happening?
Isn't it very strange, this?
But it might be the same syndrome we've seen before. You make one slight mistake, and then you make bigger and bigger mistakes because you're unhappy with the result of your first mistake. Yeah. Well, I mean, if White gets the C pawn and he has a pawn more, this will go on for quite some time. So
Very surprising.
yeah. So we see that Hedman was a draw. It's now official, and then we have Falkevall. Didn't we check this? Something like this?
No.
Queen f6, but we said Queen c7, and then it was nasty. So I don't know what's happening here. Queen endings are very difficult,
Yes.
extremely.
Especially for players who do not like to calculate, like
Yeah.
we do. That is very dangerous.
Yeah. You try to play on principle.
Exactly, and it's not possible.
No, you cannot play on principle.
It's hard calculation.
Yeah.
That is the thing.
Yeah, I told my juniors, I said there is no point in studying queen endings because you can never generalize it. You just have to calculate.
Of course, they should study it anyway.
Yeah,
Come on.
It was. I said we are not going to study queen endings.
Okay.
We are going to study rook endings and pawn endings and
Okay.
knight endings and things like that, because there are lots of principles, so you can really learn something.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And the rest is calculation
Yeah,
ability.
this is
and
just
something you need to do.
hard calculation.
And this is something you need to do on your own in one way.
Well, you have to just calculate.
Mhm.
Of course, you can learn some basic ideas and so
Yeah.
on, but yeah.
Okay, let's see now what is happening here.
Yeah,
So, King H7.
I mean, if you would sort of say something in general about this position,
Yeah,
what would you say then?
Yeah, I would say that one of the important in principle is to have an active queen.
Right,
That,
right.
And that means
yeah, this
to,
is true. You
and,
should,
that means to be, handling the center, because
Yeah.
then normally you have good
Yeah,
good
this is
possibilities. Another thing is, of course, to have your
Post
post pawn
pawn,
as far away as possible.
right.
And in this position, due to the king on b5, of course, white, it's easier for white to advance.
Right.
So the only chance for black here is to swap one of the passed pawn for black for white, with the H pawn. That is the only idea, you know, that you
Or
have.
get the perpetual somehow.
Or go to perpetual. That's the two ideas.
Yes.
So the question is now, and this is actually quite often a difficult choice, is where to put the king. But I
Mhm.
guess that one good thing with the queen on e5 is that you want to push with c6, and then your pawn could be covered with c6 to c7, but at the same time the queen will cover up h2.
Yeah.
So it's not so easy to do something.
No,
So that
but
is
this is true, of course. In general, you want to have your queen on the central square,
Yeah.
where it covers a lot of diagonals and lines and so on. But even so, even when you have that, it still doesn't really tell you how to win. It's still a matter of calculation.
That's
And
right.
I think in this position, it's very much calculation. And what would you play with black here? What would you do?
King H-
What would you whisper in
King-
Axel's ear if you could do?
King h7 must be the move, I believe, but
It must be the move.
must be the move.
It should be the move.
And then the question is, what about, well, because d6.
Because when we looked at it the first time, you suggested queen
exactly.
f6.
And then queen c7.
But then I think queen c7 perhaps is very good, yeah. And the pawn just.
No, but
We have a
king
check down
h6,
here.
King h6.
Yeah, it's not so clear because you have this check here. So maybe it's not so clear. But now there is one problem maybe at some now if you get the queen and black takes a queen, you have queen h8 check winning. So I don't know if you can use that somehow. Maybe you can play queen d6 or something. Is that a move? But maybe that's no point. You have queen b2 is very strong actually. So maybe this is not so easy. So maybe, and he played queen f6.
No.
Yes.
No, but that's your move.
No, it has a red queen e5.
Yeah, okay.
Is played. And promote variation. This is queen f6.
I see.
So maybe this is good. Maybe this is the drawing move.
Maybe.
I think it could be. Because this counterplay down here on b2 is extremely important.
Can you
Yeah, this could be it. So
and queen c7?
now king h6, as you said. And it's not so easy. Can you play something like c6?
Can you take on b7?
Oh. Yes. Is there something down? Can we play?
Maybe you can actually you can swap queens.
You think so? Let's do it.
I think so.
So here, and let's say here.
Take
You swap.
and h3. Because if you go with a c6 pawn,
Then it's
I will take on d5. Go with a d pawn, I will get a check.
Yeah, this is a draw.
Maybe black is winning.
Maybe even winning. I don't know. At least this is not the way to.
So
to
queen
go.
f6 is the move.
I mean, you can. If you want to draw, you can always take and play c6. This is a draw.
Yeah.
Because you're first. And black, if he tries to stop, then you go here. And yeah, you cannot go closer. It's just dangerous. And this will be a draw.
Yeah.
So this is a test now.
What is the time? 9 again. This is exciting. Really exciting.
Yeah.
Because again, you have so little time, and one slip, you're losing. Even for white, possibilities to lose. But with so little time, so much calculation needed to be done.
And then you really need these principles that we were speaking about to follow, because you maybe not be able to make all the calculations, and then it's
and then
this is a nightmare.
and then when you play on principle, you're not going to make the best moves.
No,
And
that's
yeah.
right.
So let's go back to the first game. Let's see
Mhm.
what's happening there.
Actually, isn't this what has happened?
He played e4.
Oh no!
Take,
You
take,
played it.
e5 and h3.
That was a surprise to me.
But it's probably still winning for black.
Mm.
The line we looked at was still good. I guess.
Okay, so let's play bishop f2.
Yeah, just pick up the pawn.
Yeah.
What can you do? e6.
Mm. King f6.
Let's say you push. Take.
King f6.
Then you go back. And you win.
Yeah.
You just protect. Yeah, it's easy winning. So what do we have here? Yeah, now white plays with the pawn up.
But this is crazy. What is this? I mean, this is
Yeah, this is collapse.
collapse. My God.
Yeah.
What have you done?
But this happens. It's so let's see. We had this position.
Pawn up.
He's a pawn up,
Mm.
but he didn't know what to do here. He
He didn't want to draw.
He didn't want to take a draw. He could probably take a draw here. There was some back and forth.
Yeah. And now.
And now probably bishop g5. I would guess is better. I don't know.
Is it c4 now? Yeah,
Well,
we looked at that.
But
yeah.
maybe this move.
Mm-hmm.
But then maybe we can just come from the other side.
Mm. Looks at least much better. But okay, take on c5.
Rook takes.
King f1.
Check. Can't we just play this?
King g f2.
Aha. And then we check again.
King g3.
Oh, you go there. It's not so clear.
Or it is clear.
Maybe it's clear. Yeah. So maybe already here.
Okay, already here is
maybe
made a
here.
mistake.
So probably yeah. Okay.
What a game.
But
Okay.
it's not finished. I mean,
No, it's not finished
they
yet.
will continue,
it's
but
still
the white can put the rook
on
c2 and then he can
push.
start pushing the pawn, and lots of problems here.
Mhm.
So let's go back here. Queen h2. What happened? Queen f6,
Mhm.
queen c7 here, and queen h2. Okay, the point is to protect
Yeah.
this square,
Yeah.
and now the continuation could be to play c6.
Could one idea be if you play g5, then you play queen d6? Is that possible? Maybe king g6 then. At least it was a trick. But g5 might be fine.
You said this.
Yeah, you cannot take. So now king g6 I think was better.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
They
thought-
don't. Yeah, no, I don't. Queen d6 is just a trick, right? I mean, we can just show the trick here because
Mhm.
after this, we have. It
Exactly.
looks good, but there is a problem.
There's a check.
Comes a check here,
Mm.
winning.
That's right.
So this could happen. Queen d4 was played.
Okay, I like this move in a way. It's logical. What you want is to put your queen in central. Actually, black maybe. Okay. g5. Let's go for g5 here.
You want to play for the win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to protect my Because what I want to play is queen d5. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
My feeling is that this will end in a draw, but
Yeah, I also have that feeling, but I
But-
cannot say exactly how.
no.
It's not clear to
Was
me.
this played g5? No. Do you see that?
No.
Oh, he's thinking. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
This was just a suggestion from,
Yeah.
by you, but G5 is definitely a move.
What else can you do? Is queen e4? No, my God. Queen d2 check. My God.
But queen d3 check is a possibility. Maybe I don't know if that's good.
No, but
maybe that's bad.
No, but then king moves up.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe you can start checking here, but the problem is that maybe the king goes. Well, where does
Even
it go?
king b8, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take this one, but that is probably a very bad idea.
Yeah.
So yeah, you shouldn't do
You
that.
can take on h4 in between as well.
So G5 is a much better move. The queen is perfect on D4.
Mm. That's the best square.
But let's say we just need to push one pawn forward.
Mm.
So we just move up here. See what
Mhm.
happens. What does black play?
No, queen d5.
Queen D5,
Mm-hmm.
and I go here.
Okay. Let's go for the check. Okay. And now queen d7.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then I push h3.
Yeah.
h3,
Let's say I go here.
king up. Have you tricked me now?
I don't know.
That's the problem. You have to tell me if you trick me. You have to tell me.
I told you it's just tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Queen endings. I think this is. I think White has to play very aggressively. Right.
I agree.
You know, in this
Yeah.
position, just walk up with the king because you only need one pass pawn. You don't need all the pawns.
Mhm.
So I think, Queen E2. Yeah, this is also playable, of course. With the idea check and then play D7 maybe, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The D pawn is very strong. So the question
Mhm.
is now, can you play like maybe, but H3 now then is Queen E6, right?
Mm-hmm. What about queen d5 now?
Yeah, this is an idea. Oh, this is extremely difficult.
And with little time. But queen d5 is, at least that looks sounds like.
Maybe Queen D5, Queen E8.
Well, what about queen?
Let's look at it.
Mhm.
Let's show the
Mhm.
audience here. So
Yeah.
this move, I was thinking maybe something like this to cover C6.
What about
And-
c? What about queen? Maybe queen c6.
We have to take it.
Yes.
You take it. But now you lose in the old way.
Yeah, you have this move. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
That's
Now
a
this
nice
is
one.
tricky.
Yeah. I like
Okay.
this.
So he played Queen E2.
And now g4. Is that possible?
I guess we give a check.
Yeah, king goes up to g5.
And now we push.
And now,
Now you're now it's very dangerous.
the least to say, yeah.
It looks
Now this is
very,
winning.
very
Now it's
bad.
winning for White.
Yeah, very, very bad. Yeah.
So, okay.
So Queen E2.
So yeah, this is so. Shall we try again? Then it's and
Yeah, this is difficult. Tiger won against Lindberg.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to?
Yeah, I saw the end game was quite interesting actually. At a point, we could take a look at that maybe.
So we saw something way back.
Yeah, no, we saw that position with the queen on f6. This position we saw.
And we said that it's a game with the bishop against knight, and it's a question of which is the better.
Mm.
And
as we said that probably white might be slightly better, but
Yeah.
it is most likely an equal position.
yeah, and he had he has put his knight on a
Mm.
very nice square.
But white will push for the king side for sure. So
F5.
I'm not sure this is right.
No, it looks a little bit dubious to me.
Mm. But okay, we just
Yeah,
I think we should be a little bit fast.
we just run through it and see what happened.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because he will simply just push, you know.
yeah. He pushes the king away and then he starts walking.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And king to g6,
He played this first.
threatening bishop to b4. Yeah.
Bishop a5. Interesting moves.
Mm.
A6.
Oh, a huge mistake.
Yeah. Huge mistake. Oof. That was beautiful.
That was nice.
That's genius, as we say.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that the bishop is even stronger than the rook.
Mm.
It's not a question if the bishop is stronger than the knight.
No, this
It's
is true.
stronger than the rook. Okay, so yeah.
Bishop.
Oh, he didn't play bishop h6 here.
Okay.
He could have played this move. That I think I would have played that. I think you would have played it too.
Yes.
But
But
yeah,
I think
this also wins.
this is also very
This
easy.
also wins.
Okay. So should we go back?
Let's
go
back.
back to the main. You know, this one.
He has resigned. The king on d4. It means that they put the
Yes,
kings in the
exactly,
middle.
Exactly.
So black
Yeah.
won this game.
Yeah. Actually, again, I'm quite impressed by this Croatian grandmaster. You know,
Yeah, he plays well.
has played well so
Yeah.
far. I think
I think he
understands the position
I
quite
would
well.
I would give him the sort of the highest chance of winning the tournament now, due to his play.
Depending on if Bassam won today or not.
Well, Basim is coming. He will
come.
come, but he has 1 point less. So
Mm-hmm. But-
yeah, this was over,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have this game. No,
That is,
black is fighting here. I mean, this looks lost to me,
yeah,
right?
yeah. This
That
is
is
very
quite the
it's
result.
terrible. It's terrible.
It's terrible. It's a bit sad,
Yeah.
but it's a lesson, life lesson.
Yes.
Okay. So then we have this game. Queen f6.
Ah. Okay. Might be quite good actually.
But can't you just play like king to b6 maybe?
Yeah, and then
With the idea king c7 and d7. But then you have the queen c6 maybe, yeah. But you can go and take the b pawn maybe.
yeah,
Oh.
king b6 might be that must be a
Candidate at least.
candidate. Yeah.
What else do we have?
Queen e8.
But then we have this queen b2 thing.
Yes, and then king
But-
a5.
Yeah, maybe it's not so good. You can take the pawn, the king goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes you should play like that.
Yeah, that's right. Because sometimes the b pawn is really good. You know,
Yeah,
because-
yeah. You just give everything and
Yeah. Yep.
but
Go back.
maybe here there is a better move.
Mm-hmm.
maybe not. What was I thinking?
Yeah, what were you thinking?
I was thinking queen a3, queen b4 to take this pawn. But there is queen b5. So I was thinking, you know, like this,
I
to
see,
take
okay,
this.
but
But
queen
I think
b5,
queen
yeah.
b5 is very strong. Probably.
Mm.
So queen e8 is playable. Take. I think here.
Mm.
This. Here. No. Well, maybe now we can check here.
And now, king b8.
No, king b8, hiding behind the pawn. Yeah.
And then to take on c5, then queen e6 check and d7.
Yeah. Here and probably the king goes up,
Mm.
and this.
And now it's game over.
That's all. Yeah. Correct.
What a game. This is extremely interesting.
This was really a good game. I'm going to show this for my
What-
juniors to
what-
teach them how to play
Yes,
queen and
yeah, fantastic, fantastic.
But this is not over yet, so
No,
we
it's
shouldn't.
not.
But he played queen e7.
Do you want to show your game? A little bit of your game?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Please.
Good luck.
We think it was very interesting.
Yeah, I also think so. That's by far
Yes, please.
not perfect. Thank you.
So this was the ending, right?
Yeah.
So we should take it from the beginning.
Yeah. First of all, I'm playing mainly King's Indian and 1d6. So probably my opening choice was unexpected for my opponent because he's mainly a Catalan player, and this move order nicely. I won't say he can still go g3, then you can go b5, and there's some very interesting lines.
Mm-hmm.
And if white goes knight c3, which he did in the game, then you can go d5 and you avoid the Catalan, because then after g3, d4, the knight is already on c3.
Yes, right.
And what I played with white was bishop g5 once, and that's also an interesting line, like h6 takes, then knight c3 or g3 and so on. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But a6 is very unusual, right? You don't see that often.
I mean, it's a playable move order.
Of course,
but,
yes.
But indeed, you don't see it that often in this move order.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why though.
No, I don't think I've seen many games with a6 played on the third move already.
No. Yeah, but it's like
But
always
c5 is a bit surprising, I think, isn't it?
Not really. Okay, by far the main is to take, but of course c5 is also playable. The point is that white wants to seize more space,
Mm-hmm.
and then after usually black replies with b6, and you transpose to some kind of a Slav. You exchange
Mhm.
structures which are like, I won't say unwinnable for black, but very hard to win.
Mm-hmm.
So if white wants to play risk-free,
Mm-hmm.
then they usually go for this c5. I tried it myself as well, so it's not really unexpected to me.
Well, okay, so c5,
Yeah.
knight
Now-
c6 looks nice.
I wasn't sure, like my opponent told me he didn't prepare for this,
Mm-hmm.
but I only have b6 in the database. I have both b6 cb in the database and cb c5, which is also interesting. I think he like Pogolyubo and Capablanca played this a long time ago. After takes and c5, there's tons of theory, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play knight c6, which I never played before, but I analyzed it. It's not recommended, but sometimes it's necessary if you want to play for a win.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he played rook b1. Was that a surprise for you, or?
Yeah, actually, I won't say a big one, but like black's idea is always to go e5 somehow, and here there will be bishop f5 with a tempo sometimes, so
Mm-hmm.
it felt like unnatural to neglect the development. Usually they go either bishop f4 or h3, bishop f4, something
Yeah.
like this. White is
We
somewhat
were
better.
looking at this, and we were thinking that perhaps bishop f4 and just play normal, like
Exactly.
e3, and maybe develop just normally.
The only thing this allows is knight h5.
Yeah,
some
yeah,
of the lines.
yeah,
That's why
yeah.
h3 first is also a
Yeah,
viable option.
yeah, yeah. But you have a chance to exchange the bishop, maybe.
Yeah, but still, I would probably play either knight e4 or g6, bishop g7, something like this. I'm not 100% sure.
So, okay, he played rook b1, and then there was g6.
Yeah, it feels logical, especially after b4, to put the bishop on this diagonal.
Right.
Yeah, e3.
Bishop g7, b4. Yeah, he's neglecting the development a bit here, right?
Yeah, but it's already, like with the bishop on c1, I can imagine myself going e5 no matter what he plays here, considering how the pieces,
Yeah. Okay,
the pieces are.
so he played b4,
Yeah,
and you played knight e4, very logical move.
Yeah, very logical, preparing e5.
And he took.
Yeah, this is the critical moment, I think. It changes the structure quite a lot, defines it.
Yeah, I thought perhaps he would just play some simple move here, maybe queen c2
Queen
or something.
c2, we analyzed a bit after,
Yeah.
like before I came here. Queen c2, knight a. I would probably take, like, f5 is also maybe possible, but then
Mhm.
a4, not 100% sure. So queen
Mhm.
c2, I would probably take castle, and then I think after, what was it, a4, I think I can go e5 right in time.
Yeah, now e5 is.
And then just rook e8, and even knight e5, even if I go e5, even if somehow knight e5 d happens, and white even manages to play f4, still
Mhm.
after f6, usually black is the one with the
Yeah,
initiative.
yeah.
The structures.
You have a very clear strategy here,
Yeah.
and it's not actually clear what he's doing, because even if he managed to play a4, b5, it's still probably then you are already playing e5 and everything, and he has just wasted a lot of time.
I mean, it's not really a waste of time seizing this space on the queen side, but it's not the priority, I think, either.
No, that's what I
So-
mean. I mean, he will be with the king in the center maybe, and I mean, if he had already castled and so on, then he would seriously have some game. But
Mhm.
anyway, so this was what happened, and now you played a nice move, e5.
Yeah, I think I should play e5 anyway. I'm not sure how bad it is if it goes on f5, knight to some knight, but who
No,
will
this is-
do this? It's like,
I think this is certainly playable. This move, it looks to me at least.
probably yes, but I mean, maybe it's not so bad. I thought, like, why would I play this if I have e5? But
Mhm.
maybe.
Because you always have a e5 later on, but maybe then you
Some
can also
knight
play
c4.
d5. Yeah,
You
also.
can play some knight c4, knight e7, bishop b2, I think. and
Yeah,
I don't know. But
It's not okay.
You're right.
but e5 looked nice, and now I guess he has to play d5 or.
Yeah, I didn't expect any other move. Like, if you take an e4 and allow bishop f5, this will be
Yeah,
one.
this was.
No, maybe not even immediately. Like,
No,
maybe
you-
I can
maybe-
take.
Maybe you can take knight takes or bishop takes, or what do you want to do?
I mean, in the game I wasn't sure, but probably knight takes,
Mhm.
because, like, with after 94, like, takes bishop f5, long castles, everything comes. Like, how can this not be really good?
You mean like this? Yeah, we were looking at
There's
this.
also
We
bishop
thought
G-
maybe f3.
Yeah, f3.
Of course, you're better, but it's not so clear.
No, it's not. So maybe also bishop g4 was also a move. Like, I
Mhm.
remember that one from the game as well. f3 takes.
You mean
So-
here?
No,
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Take. Here you check.
yeah,
here.
bishop g4, because after bishop e2, now long castles comes with check, and if you
So
go,
you go
yeah,
here.
probably go there. Now, maybe long castles. There's also an idea with bishop d7, bishop a4 at some
Mhm.
moments. And
Yeah.
I don't know when, but let's say long castles. It's kind of hard for me to believe.
Yeah, because f3 you can probably just take maybe in some
Bishop
cases.
d1, rook d1, so many options.
Yeah. You have a very strong position here, of course.
It was of course hard to evaluate, but can I?
Yeah, sure.
Also, this bishop f5, which you said first to just protect the pawn first and then take it later.
Mhm.
g4, I don't believe in.
No,
So-
I thought then f3 is so weak. We looked at this and we
Yeah,
said, okay, this and just here, and
Exactly.
this is completely lost,
Yes.
I mean, I just
completely over.
couldn't
wa-
really believe in g4.
Yeah.
So bishop f5. Maybe if I didn't want to sacrifice stuff, I always teach my students.
We thought the other line,
Sacrifice only if necessary.
Yeah. This looks very easy. Okay, so let's see what happened. So he played d5. You took, and he played this, and And this, yeah.
Yeah, this is the critical moment number
Mhm.
2, I think, because Queen H4 is very tempting. Because I couldn't really find a good move for white, but the alternative is to take and probably F5, because Bishop F5 then F3, then it's not so.
Yeah,
I think then it's not so good, because the knight will come to C3 and to D5.
right.
So, but maybe takes F5, and I
Yeah.
don't know, probably knight C3,
Yeah.
because knight G5, I mean, doesn't threaten much, I think. So maybe E4 after knight G5. But I mean, it didn't felt maybe dynamically balanced. I don't know. Wasn't sure how to evaluate this, but after Queen H4, I couldn't find a good move for white.
Yeah, neither could we.
There's some very interesting ideas. For example, if he goes Bishop D5, Bishop F5, G3, then there is the beautiful tactic Queen takes E4. Have you seen that one?
We didn't see that. I don't think we looked at
double
that.
threat on the rooks.
I think that was one of the main points, because after Bishop D5 it's not so easy. If he gets in G3 in a good way, but yeah, I think this Queen E4 refutes it
we're
nicely.
thinking about Bishop G4 after Bishop D5, I think.
Yeah, also good, but he goes Queen B3 probably, and then castle.
Long side,
Long castles.
even.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wasn't so sure because of this B5.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think Bishop F5, Queen E4
Yeah.
solves
Let's have this. So
Bishop D5.
yeah, Bishop D5 and Bishop F5 G3, and now you give the queen here.
I think 24. I really wanted to have this on the board, honestly, because
now,
it's beauty.
Now, of course, the rooks are. You cannot protect both rooks, and so you get 2 pieces and a rook for the queen.
Yeah, I think it's
Should be winning.
Spot.
Yeah, very nice, beautiful. Yeah, I think
And just one
yeah.
last thing. After Bishop B2, there is, I think,
No.
one more important thing to.
You mean
yeah,
here?
because now he wants to castle.
Yeah.
And I think Rook D8 is important, because if you take on H1, F3, then there is no E4.
Yeah. So
I
you
think
play
that's
this
the
one.
last critical thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here I couldn't find anything.
Yeah. So he
Now I
plays.
can take the B1
Yeah.
one as well.
Now you can take this. And if the queen goes the other way, like here, you can
And now we
just
take-
take here because
Exactly.
you cannot block it.
Exactly.
Okay,
Now
excellent.
Bishop F3, Rook.
So 92 happened,
Yeah.
and then you played this move, nice move, and he played E4.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure if it's important to mention, but also here some ideas with Queen F3 were maybe interesting. Queen F3,
Mhm.
Bishop F5, Bishop D3, Rook D8, Bishop C2, and here probably it's quite good for me, but I don't have anything concrete, and maybe he'll play some Queen G3 later on. This was maybe the best, if you ask me, because I mean I couldn't find anything concrete. Maybe I'm missing something, of course. Like, I missed many things in the game later on. So.
Okay. Anyway, it was
Yeah.
quite interesting here after
Mhm.
this, and
Here I spent like
yeah,
half an hour calculating
and
the
this.
all the tactics.
Yeah.
Because first of all, I can go Bishop G4
Right.
here, and probably black is better. I have the nice D4 square, but I
Yes.
wasn't sure how much it is.
Yeah. We looked at that.
And
Something like Queen B3 maybe.
Queen D3 comes under a tempo, no? D4.
Yeah. What do you want to do? Queen A4 or what?
Either Bishop B2 or Queen
Bishop
A4.
B-
I
Bishop
thought,
B2
but-
maybe?
Yeah, Bishop B2, Bishop B6 was one of the things.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe Queen B3, you're right, because I saw Knight D4, Bishop F7, King E7, but Queen C4, Rook F8, I didn't.
No,
I
I don't
it's
think you
right.
can play that. No, we were thinking maybe. We didn't actually see anything
Mhm.
really good. We thought this maybe here if you could play something like this, but then maybe you
Mhm.
can even
Yeah, this
check
one.
and move back.
Exactly, I thought Queen D8 here.
Yes.
No, not Queen D8. sorry.
Maybe Queen
Not
H5,
here.
something like that.
I mixed it
And then you just
with
move
one pawn,
move
so-
the knight back, and I mean
But still, this is. I think this is better than.
this is probably better than the game. Yeah, could be.
Yeah. F3
I'm not
and-
so sure. Like the game was not that clean to me. Like the game was not that clean to me.
No, it wasn't 100%. So anyway, this was very fascinating analysis. We were looking a long time at this.
Mhm.
We couldn't quite. Well, we thought you were better, of course. We didn't
No.
find.
G3.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a difference, a small difference if he takes bishop f7 first.
Yes. Yes.
Exactly.
This was what we were looking
Mhm.
at. Taking first.
So bishop f7, I would probably still go king f8, because after takes g3, queen h3, knight e4, queen g2, there is queen f3 check, if I calculated it correctly.
But we were looking at king e7.
There won't be some bishop g5 check then. No? King e7. G3.
Maybe not. No, not in this position. It was late. It was in another position, but doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it will be the same. King. Yeah.
Yeah, knight takes e4.
It will. I think. I don't remember.
I mean, bishop g5 I didn't want to allow, but maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't do much. Still, some king, queen d5. Queen d5? No.
Can you take it? Do you remember?
We I don't know. This is tricky.
But I think we took the.
Well, we looked at many lines. I don't remember exactly which was the best. I think what he played. I
Yeah.
mean, that was a reasonable line, but of course you're better.
Yeah, but if I take the bishop on f7, g3, queen h3, knight e4, what do I do then?
Well, I think we looked at that.
We were looking at this. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, g3. Queen
Think-
g2.
King.
Well, we looked at h. Did we look at h6 here?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I mean, I thought like after queen b3 or queen d5, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's not so. Now bishop e3,
Yeah.
and there will be knight d4.
And rook d8.
Yeah, exactly. This it looks quite bad now. Maybe not queen d5.
Oh, we couldn't decide, but it was. We thought it was very good for you.
Yeah, should be. Should be here. But okay, I didn't expect this. This is just a small difference if he takes. Because after g3 first,
Mm-hmm.
if he takes done on f7, then I think king f8 is best. And
Mhm.
like what happened in the game.
Yeah. Let's look at that. There are so many lines.
Yeah, we can analyze this
But-
for 2 hours.
Yeah, we can. Our impression was that in most lines you were always better. You know, it was very difficult to find a good move for him.
Yeah.
And now, of course, now.
And here I thought knight
Yeah.
d6 is better, but
Yeah, we looked. That was the move we thought he would play. 96.
yeah, me too.
Uh,
Because you immediately get quite a lot of counterplay when the C pawn's gone, then you get b5 later on.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It just what
Yeah,
this is better.
We were surprised by knight f6.
Me too.
Yeah, so we thought this probably.
Takes.
Yeah, and then queen, right?
d5, take. Now, I mean, I'm not sure which one. Maybe just short castle, cd6, rook d8. This is what my opponent suggested in the analysis.
Mm-hmm.
But I also can't surely consider long castle or things
I think-
like that.
I
F7 is
think
hanging
we-
around.
Yeah, f7 is hanging. That's true. Yeah, you cannot do that maybe in this
But-
situation. Yeah.
Still, like after it takes on f7 d5, I can imagine that being playable as well. Unless bishop g5
But
exists.
in,
and it does.
in this position, white has some compensation for the pawn, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Probably as he said castles and rook d8. That's why he told me that this is the reason why he didn't
Mhm.
do it. But okay, you can imagine some small pressure from black 4 against 3, but this I don't think I would have won. So
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
it's better.
So we played knight f6. We were not looking at the engine. We were just analyzing.
Yeah, I would also always
Yeah.
prefer no engine.
Because with engine, you
Yeah.
cannot analyze.
Any GM will support that, of
Yeah.
course, 100%. Me first.
So anyway, bishop takes,
Yeah.
queen d5.
Bishop d5 e4 is just something that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen d5.
So yeah, takes.
I'm just trying to mention the relevant points.
Yes.
If
Yes. Yes.
anyone's listening.
So how yeah, probably there are some people.
Of
So
course.
what was your general evaluation of this position?
That I will press for 100 more moves and never lose, and I can try to win. This is how I won half of my games.
And I think that was
in my
what
life.
we said also, that white has some small compensation for the pawn with his pair of bishops, but of course you will always press, and it will be a hard game for him, as
Yeah.
it was.
And considering the time situation, I maybe regretted going for this compared to the bishop g4,
Mm-hmm.
g4 line without sacrificing, without this crazy tactics
Right.
after bishop e4, because I don't know, it felt like it would be more uncomfortable for him to play this endgame. He can just make moves with 5 minutes on the clock, same as with 50,
Mm-hmm.
and there it would be like full board of the pieces. So.
Mm.
But okay,
Okay, so we played here. You played this.
this is good. I think I need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the alternative is 97, c6, knight d5, something like that, but which I wasn't sure about. 97, if he goes rook ht1, then after c6 there may be some rook d6. I don't know.
We thought you were going to play knight d4 and
Yeah,
play with opposite colored bishops because you're always better, and so in a way you like to exchange one of his bishops.
yeah, exactly. But still, it's not easy.
It's not easy.
Yeah,
not easy.
c6 because he's just in time to exchange quite a lot of stuff, and
Mhm.
also the structure is fixed, and I cannot really like. Okay, I'm not sure if this is a surprise. This was probably fine as well. But I made a big blunder later on
Yes.
here. This rook d8, rook d4. I'm not sure if it's best because it looked very attractive. But after king c3, I couldn't really find.
Yeah,
Couldn't
he
really
had
find the good-
some tricks here, but we said that the bishop sending opposite color bishop sending was very advantageous for you.
Really, because it didn't evaluate it that way.
Maybe it isn't. I don't know.
Here, because now when I'm looking
Maybe not from the beginning, but after a while it looked very strong for you. But
yeah, obviously, but he allowed a5, which
yeah,
is very
this
important.
was
And here, now I don't think, if I had a second chance, I don't think I would have played rook d4
no,
again.
this was probably a mistake.
This rook d4 I would not play, because this king c3 seems very strong,
Mm-hmm.
as I didn't see after bishop f6, rook d1, it just, like,
Mm-hmm.
probably I would play king f8 here
Yeah,
first.
walk out of the diagonal. Yeah.
Or king f7, I don't know.
Mhm.
Bishop c4, king f6, rook d1, and then rook somewhere, and then try to go a5, something like that.
Right.
Maybe not even rook d8.
Yeah.
That's,
It will be a very long game.
definitely.
So let's see what happened. Okay, you played this, and he actually had a nice idea with this move because
Yeah.
at first this looks like you cannot play it because of bishop f6, but he could.
Yeah,
And
he
then
could,
this,
and
yeah.
I spent way too little time. Just like bishop f6 was so logical, and after rook d1, I was just not sure
Mm-hmm.
what to play. How
Yeah.
do I even play?
Did you think you were winning when you played bishop f6, or?
No, I didn't think I'm winning, but I thought it's just going to. I should do this because I
Yeah,
didn't see any
yeah,
other
yeah.
reasonable moves, and this escaped me somehow. This is
Mhm.
rook d1, which was his point anyway.
Yeah.
And here, probably, I mean, I won't say probably, but there should maybe be a better way to press
Mm-hmm.
than king f8. I don't know. At a5 didn't feel right, and bishop c4 and king
Yeah.
take, and with the pawn on d4, I just think it's worse.
Yeah,
than
yeah.
d4. So
The position is more blocked, right?
yeah, and you thought that it's advantageous when after king f8.
Mm-hmm.
You said you thought it was advantageous for me that I have some edge.
Well, I mean, it's of course advantageous, but I'm not sure it's winning.
Yeah, because after this move,
Yeah.
in the game here, I thought it would be a good draw now,
Mhm.
honestly. I just couldn't see this rook d5. I just couldn't see if he played king c4 here. I just couldn't see any
Yeah, he
point.
could have played it. Yeah.
I couldn't
You know,
play for-
we were looking at the games. We went through the list, and now and then we came back to your game, and sometimes there had been like 4 or 5 moves, and we didn't analyze every move so carefully.
Yeah, of course.
So when we came back, I think your position was. I think you had played a5 already then.
Then it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, so-
because
so-
here I just thought it's going to be a draw in a few moves. Like, okay, probably still not so easy after I take and then bring the king. Then I have some same ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree. This looks. This he should have played, of course. Yeah.
And then, but he can
Yeah.
go b5
So he-
immediately, maybe
yeah.
even b6.
Yeah. Drar du?
Ja,
Okej, vi ses
partierna
imorgon.
är klara där. Vi
Okej,
ses imorgon.
vi
Jag
ses
kommer
imorgon.
se.
Okej.
Ja.
Okay, so in this king c4 of course was a much better move, but
Yeah, king c2 was a
But-
surprise.
yeah, and then bishop e2, rook d5. and then no, I'm going the wrong direction. So this
Yeah,
King
here
seven.
king is up on. Here, like allowing a5, we weren't sure in the analysis, we talked a bit. We weren't sure if we should go a5 or b5,
yeah.
but surely not allow a5.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah. So after b5, then if after a5 you play b6 or he plays b6.
Either b6 or maybe even just leave it and take later on,
Yeah,
because
right,
then
right,
at
yeah.
least the c6 pawn will be hanging all the time.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
the game it was not hanging at all. That's
Yeah,
of course
yeah,
allowed
yeah.
my king to
Yeah.
go completely the other way.
Yeah. So you can say it was decided in this.
It helped that my opponent had 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
the opposite colored bishops. That's my thinking about chess. Anyway, that the opposite colored bishops are the hardest part of chess. The end games. So people maybe won't agree with that, but every time I played, with no matter what side, there are always tens of blunders.
It's true. It's true.
They're different than other parts of chess.
But here he took on a5, and b5 is an option here. What happens after b5?
Yeah, b5 that was surely better, and it would probably lead to the same.
Same idea, so to speak.
But I thought time here. Let's
Maybe
say
king
f6.
f6. Yeah, what happens?
Yeah, here I thought it was a bit different, but okay, I had 1 minute, so maybe it's not. Then the idea is bishop e7.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he can go b6 now.
Yeah, he has bishop a6 maybe at some point.
And bishop e7, bishop a6, and we
Yeah.
trade everything. It's immediate draw.
Yeah.
Because without this move, it's probably not. Then I go bishop e7.
Yeah. It was not easy for him to see. He had no time.
Yeah. Okay. This is a nice one. This is a very nice one. And if I go e4.
Yeah. Well, you are of course better, but I mean, maybe it's not so easy for you to win.
I mean, yeah, maybe even f4. It's weird, but no, f4 wouldn't play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I'm actually not sure at all if I played it the best way after this. I have no idea, but it looked.
Yeah. Well, to us at least, we thought first we thought, well, there should be some chances, but then we found this idea that you can just play the king to g5 and go h4, and it looked like we thought that was winning for you.
Yeah, it looked like white is paralyzed,
So,
but
yeah, because we were looking at playing playing here and playing here, but then it's not so clear, because when you play h3 g4,
not only that.
then it's not clear that it's winning.
Not only that, but also it allows a5, a6, and the pawns on the other side will
Yeah,
also.
true. Yeah,
if
also,
those disappear.
yeah, that's true. So, but king g5. So, this we thought was winning for you.
Yeah.
h4, and we didn't really see. Here,
Probably, like I spent so much time here calculating h3, e4, fg4, so many options,
Mm-hmm.
and basically they all looked winning, and that's the most dangerous thing. Then you usually.
Yeah,
just
we thought you should play h3 here, but
Yeah, h3. I thought gf, bishop f1, king h4, right?
yeah,
Bishop d3 back,
yeah,
and which move now? Bishop g3 or
yeah.
which move?
Bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
We
Probably.
thought. Yeah, you want to get your bishop to e4, but we didn't see that. We thought you were winning.
Yeah.
But now the computer says obviously that you are completely winning in this position, so we can see that.
Yeah.
Minus 4.9. So
Why did you turn
it's
it
winning.
on?
No, I haven't done that.
I'm joking.
It has been analyzed by the analysis in the comments already
Yeah.
by leeches. They
Of
have
course.
analyzed the game. Yeah.
No, probably when the game finished.
Yeah, so we didn't know that, but we looked at this a long time, and we thought you played this very well actually.
But e4 also like
E4
basically all the three moves felt winning. Fg4, h3, and this.
Yeah,
And
I think everything might be winning, but
Yeah.
this was
Bishop e4. The critical move, like the line for me here, was not this, but bishop e2.
yeah.
Bishop e2, but still, it just wins. I think after not G3. After, no, what was the move? G3, I think. Yeah, G3 takes H2, bishop, yeah, and takes.
Yeah.
And here I just didn't see how he's going to. If E6, King F6, that will lose. And King D4, King F5, and Bishop E4, King E6, and I will take again.
Yeah.
And then I just bring the king to H4, and I will take C5 sooner or later.
Right. So, it went like this.
E7 here.
And this King F6.
Yeah, here my opponent resigned, but
yeah.
not much.
I think it was a very interesting game, many interesting, and I think the opening and the middle game was very interesting. Then the ending, maybe but he fought well.
Absolutely.
We have to give him that. He fought well, but in the end, your advantages and his lack of time and so on.
Actually, the game featured everything: an interesting opening, then strategical battle, then a bunch of tactics to calculate, and the end game.
Yeah. We spent a lot of time on it, and we had a good time. So,
yeah, me
congratulations!
Too. Thank you for thank you.
And good luck.
You for having me here.
Yeah.
And yeah,
good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye. Okay. Bye. Okay. Thank you very much. This was the end of round 3, and I think we finish here and see you tomorrow.